Hey y'all, it's me again, Joey.
Well, ready to let them loose?
Yep, that's it. Let's see if they make us run.
Oh,
Probably so.
yeah, that one tried to get after him, but other than that, what can you expect? I mean, can you blame them? Oh yeah, they're getting after us now. Go, Joey, go!
Hey man!
Hey, man, buddy. I'm gonna get in the truck. You gotta go back and get your camera.
So
But also, just get as many as you can off the one next to it. Get out.
You gotta move away.
Do that side again. Y'all ready? Let's get started. Here we are. Good evening, everybody. There's a couple more popped in there. How's everybody over there doing? I think I done howdy with most of you. I see Pastor Larry come in, unlikely beekeeper, and I think I spoke to everyone else. How you doing, Mr. JW?
I'm doing good, thank you. Just
I
trying
heard it's kind of cool up there where y'all at.
to imagine it's snowing right now. We got about 3/4 of an inch, and they're forecasting 3 to 4 inches. I don't think it'll do that much, but hopefully it doesn't. I hate it.
Yeah. I just looked at it. It's like looking at my watch. 40 degrees right now. It says we got a freeze warning coming. That was supposed to be. This is the way my app always does. Me and my wife about 2 hours ago looked at it, and the coldest it was supposed to get tonight was 36. So we said there's no use to moving the porch plants in the greenhouse. Now it says it's going to get to 32 tonight again. So we'll see what happens.
You know, my wife had a lot of petunias. We got a patio deal and a fountain around that fountain and stuff, and they had done well till this morning, and it got them this morning. They shriveled right on up this morning. Hey, Dan.
Look at here.
Uh,
How y'all doing tonight?
All right. I think he tricked us, JW. We thought we had the free night.
Well, I can't stay on very long.
Okay.
We're getting ready to go to my nephew's hockey game here shortly, but I just seen you guys coming on. Thought I'd say hello just for a few minutes with y'all.
That's good. Glad you did.
Yes, sir.
You've been incognito this weekend. I haven't heard much from you.
No, we've been kind of busy here, and then enjoying some family time with my. Hey guys, be quiet, please. With my nieces and nephews and such.
Gotcha.
And we were over at my mother-in-law's house enjoying some leftover turkey here. We just finished eating
Imagine that.
Finished eating with this guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
What up, boys? This hippie right here.
Still need that haircut, buddy.
I just got a haircut. Believe it or not, he's not lying. He actually just did get a haircut.
Well, that's the way I was when I that age. If I knew I had to take pictures, I got a haircut 2 weeks prior to it, and it didn't even look like I got one.
Yep, that's right.
But that's what I did. I used to have a head. I'm gonna have to find y'all a picture to show it. You wouldn't even believe it was me.
I can't believe it right now. I'd have to see it in order to understand it.
I used to have hair kind of down to here, and it parted. I tell everybody I still got hair. It's just got a wide part.
There you go. How was y'all's Thanksgiving?
It's good. We had a good time.
Good.
Got
When
awful
you-
close to
Mom.
foundering. My toenails may start growing out when you founder, your cattle or hooves grow out or horses. I think my
Yeah.
toenails are probably going to grow out from foundering yesterday.
Hmm.
I guess, can you hear me? I didn't know if I'm coming through even or not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
hear you.
I can hear you. It's
Oh,
I'm actually using my phone here right now, so it's not extremely loud. So
yeah.
hey,
Actually,
Isaac, will you turn that down so I can hear a little better?
I was thinking say we can hear you good. I didn't know if you.
is it ice hockey? I'm assuming it's ice hockey. Is
Yeah,
that
that's right. I have. Let's see. Well, this is my nephew who's 12, I think, 11 or I think he's 11, and then I have 1, 2, 3 other nephews that play. So I have 4 nephews that play. Isaac and Andrew, my twin boys, played for Eureka Hockey, which is a local high school. Not the one that they go to, but they played hockey with them for a couple of years while they were in high school.
35 inches of snow.
Here's one of the hockey players right here.
Yeah.
This is Emmett.
right? Yep.
Hello.
That's Mr. Joey, Mr. JW.
Mm,
Yeah,
You
we
ever-
went and watched
You
them
ever
play.
seen anybody play roller hockey?
Yeah, I have.
I used to frequent a skating rink when I was in school, in high school. I mean, every weekend, if we didn't have something holding us up, we were at a skating rink.
Yeah.
And I had a couple of buddies that grew up over in Gulfport, and they were real big in roller hockey. And then he moved into the same school I was in, and he got us started on it. And
Mhm.
there wasn't no more teams around here to play. So we just kind of like scrimmaged each other and everything. And he taught us the ins and outs of hockey. We all bought equipment. And I thought I had got pretty good at it till I went with him to his old team and scrimmaged with them. Those boys were tough.
Oh yeah.
They were good, man. I went back home with my head hanging down. I was a pretty good skater. I could handle myself on skates. I said, I got this.
Yeah.
I didn't got this.
I don't know that I could handle myself with my boys. They're a little faster than I am now. I'm a little bit slower than they are, as you can imagine. But it was always fun. It's probably been, I don't know. It's probably even now. It's been probably a year and a half since I've been on ice skates because I have a pair of hockey skates and I've got helmet stick, and I don't have the full pad set up, but we go out and play what they called like a stick and puck night, where you can go out on the ice and play with all the kids. Where you going? Right here? Okay, you can come in here with me. Used to play with the kids and go out there, and we just kind of run drills and stuff like that. And then kind of, if we had the ice to ourselves, we kind of clown around just a little bit. But it's really fun.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's been a year. My boys haven't been on the ice too much in the last probably year and a half. So I really haven't. But my nephew said the other day, they said, "Hey, when are you going to come to stick and puck?" And I'm like, "Oh, maybe I should drag out my skates and go see if I can not hurt myself."
I don't even know what I did with all my roller hockey stuff. But I done forgot what they had a ball that they used for the puck.
Uh-huh.
I done forgot what it was made out of.
It's about the size of a tennis ball, and it's kind of hard.
Yeah, they would even put it in the freezer to make it harder.
Oh yeah.
But I can't remember what it's made out of, but when that thing hit you, it hurt.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, it does.
But the way it was made, it would not bounce. You could make it. The only way you could get it airborne is to kind of, you had to try to get it airborne, but it wouldn't stay up long. And when it hit that floor, I mean, it wouldn't bounce at all. It would just like start rolling.
Yeah. He keeps sneaking around, kind of messing around with me here.
You're not, how much, are you gonna have to do any cleaning?
Just a little bit. I didn't do any plowing, but I did do a little bit of salt spreading around here.
That's
For
all.
the most part, it really wasn't sticking to the roadways for most of the day. I think it was just hovering right there above freezing, and the ground temps were still just a little bit warm. So I kept watching it all day, and then it seemed like about 4 o'clock, it started to accumulate on the roads. I think the temperature dropped just a couple of degrees, and that was enough to cause it to start sticking to the roads. So before I headed over this way to my in-laws' house, I had taken care of a couple of subdivisions on the way over here. So after we watch the hockey game, we'll go do some office buildings, but none of them are open this weekend. So I have a little time to get those taken care of, but we'll probably go treat them and make sure the sidewalks and everything are all good before morning. What temperatures are you having down there, Joey?
What I say, it's 40 degrees right now. It's supposed to get to 32. 2 hours ago, it was only supposed to get to 36.
Yeah.
So after the chat, I may be going to move porch plants into the greenhouse. We got a greenhouse on the end of the porch.
Yeah. The
But it's already got 32 degrees a couple of nights ago, and no dew or frost got on them, so they may be all right. I have to just keep an eye on them.
Yeah. We're actually not too much colder than what you are, honestly. I think it was about 29 degrees a couple hours ago. I think the low this evening is supposed to be like 25, I think. So it's not going to be too bad.
I've got 28 right now. That's what I'm showing. Is it still snowing there at your place?
It is. I'm pretty sure it's getting really close to wrapping up though. So, but it's been really light most of the day long.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get near what they forecasted a chance at.
Yeah, that's they call it SA. I'll tell you what, I think I paid 50. I mean, you can't hardly get a sweatshirt for cheap anymore, but I think I paid $50 or $55 for this sweatshirt. And it's got the USA in the back.
That's nice.
But this thing is really thick though, so it's a nice thick hoodie.
I started to put my No Life hoodie on tonight, but I figured it's a little too warm in here.
Yeah. I think Melissa actually just got hers. I thought I seen a delivery notice on the thing. So I don't know if she got it and opened it up yet, but I thought the one that she had ordered the other day had just come in. So
I just went and changing the subject. I just went in and yesterday and closed the bottom of my long hives up. They got that 1/3 all the way down the screen bottom.
mm-hmm.
I should have done it a couple of days earlier, but I went and done it yesterday. So maybe they'll be okay.
I still have all the inserts that go in my screen bottom, so that little chloroplast piece.
Yeah.
None of those are in. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes I don't. The only thing that provokes me to push them in is when I do oxalic acid treatments, usually in the tail end of December, the beginning of January. Usually slide them in then, but I don't know. I've never really noticed a big difference either way for us here anyway, with the bees that having more of a hard time or not. I mean, as long as they have a little bit of that wind block from that northerly wind that sometimes can be pretty nasty stuff,
Yeah.
And most of mine have got a pretty good block from that just naturally, so I don't usually concern too much with it. Yeah, we'll leave. Hey, I'm probably going to log off here. We're getting ready to leave, and we got to be up to the thing and just a few miles away, but it's about 15 minutes. So,
all right.
Just wanted to say hello to you, gentlemen. I don't know if I'll be able to jump back on here this evening after that because I think that game's an hour or something, and I think we're going to go treat some parking lots and some medical offices. So, Hope you guys have a great rest of the weekend, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. See y'all later.
See y'all.
Hey, Randy. Well, let's see. Anybody, the link's supposed to be pinned at the top if anybody wants to come in and chat with us, because this is a no subject night. We don't have much to talk about. We hadn't done much, have we, JW?
No, not much going on.
Got things we need to do, just hadn't done it.
I cut I mentioned to you earlier, I need to make a few more telescoping tops. I kind of like those better for on top of my candy boards over my migratory tops up, which I've got all and everything. But I've got several, but I need to probably make a few more, and I started to make them this afternoon. My wood shop's not heated, so I don't, and my hands got cold, so I said the heck with it. There'll be another day. So I don't know what else to really, talk about for beekeeping. It's just not a heck of a lot going on. I do want to talk. I seen Matt in here, up there over there at Sandy Valley. If you're still on here, Matt.
Yeah, he can come in. Did
Yeah,
you see him?
I'd like for him to come back on here. I'd like to pick his brain a little more on his.
Yeah, that was a good chat
that
with
was
him.
good information, I thought, and I'll get out my pen and pencil and write some of that stuff down. I've been able to get up with him or call him or text him or something. So I got his phone number. So, there's hope in making some of them.
Yeah,
It's easier each time.
I've never made any. I've actually never fed any either. So
Yeah. I feed, but this sugar, I make soft sugar patties, or not patties actually. I put them in a frame and put insulation on top of them. That's my winter program.
So, do you make yours, or do you buy your?
Oh, I make. I've used up 300 pounds of sugar here. I've made 70. Actually, I made 58 of them. And I say 300, better part of 300 pounds. I basically put 4 pounds in each one. I got 72 of them, but some of them was carryovers from last year, so I didn't actually make them all this fall. I save them from year to year. They get hard, and if you don't get them wet, well, they'll keep forever for us. I know.
Yeah.
Hey, Philip.
Hey, JW, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Doing our thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some intelligent information.
Oh gosh,
From down there in Mexican land.
that's a lot of pressure.
Hmm.
Oh man.
Maybe
Yeah,
I need to try to make some or buy some and just feed it and see if I see any kind of difference in the way my bees do.
I use it strictly as a reserve. I don't use it as a feed per se. I just, if they run out of, I put it on top of them, and in case they do run out of, resources, I've got that there. Some of them go through two during 3 or 4 months that I feed them, and so some of them won't go through a tenth of one. It just depends on the hive. I just put them on as a reserve feed for my bees. I'm not saying that's the answer or not the answer, but I hate to give. What is it, $2.80 a pound? I think they had it figured up. The Hive of Life was, if you got it, a knobby with the discount was like figured up $2.80 a pound for. So a 5 pound block of it's around 10 bucks. That's pretty steep. I'd think if a guy had many hives he wanted to feed.
Oh yeah. Hey to everybody that said hi to me on the chat.
Yeah.
I do have a question. There's Kimberly Schmidt, and then there's somebody else with the last name Schmidt that comes in from time to time. Is that related?
Kimberly's a young lady that keeps some hives up here in north of me, about 200 mile, I think. She's in northern Illinois or they call it central Illinois. Anything north of 70 to me is northern Illinois or in Illinois, because I'm down in the southern part of the state. So, but she's from north central Illinois, I'm gonna say.
Oh, she said no relation. So
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if I've seen that video or not. I saw something about that, but I don't know if it was that one or not. But yeah, they were. I think I saw something where they were testing honey and finding out about 80% of it had something else in it.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the same one she's talking about.
I know they had something. Oh, it's been about 6-7 years ago now that come out. It was on one of those internet television stations.
Yeah, I don't think they have the same, rules that we have here. I think China can probably just flood their market. I don't know that they've got any kind of block or tariff on them.
I do have a confession to make for you folks. People ask me what the JW stands for. I get that quite a bit, and I've got a confession to tell you folks that I did do a name change here about 6 or 7 years ago. My first name used to be Sue.
Oh.
Changed it from Sue to JW.
I seen something like that coming.
Well, you got any cool? What's your weather like down there, Philip? Are you? I assume you're home by your background.
Yeah, I am. It's warmer than Joey's. I can't figure that out. I think it shouldn't be, but when y'all were talking about it, I checked and I think it said 49 on my phone, and we hadn't been.
It's dropping pretty fast. It's 39 here now.
Let me see. But we hadn't gotten down below like 38 or so this year. We hadn't gotten really close to freezing yet. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Well, let's see. Sometimes it updates. Not 49 degrees right now. And it's going to get down to 37 before the sun comes up. And it's going to go back up to 61 tomorrow. 62, 64, 60. Yeah. And we don't have anything that's below 36 on the forecast. So I don't know.
Well, that's what it was telling me before sundown. That's what it was telling me. The low is going to be 36. And me and Lisa had talked about moving plants in, said if that's as cold as it's going to get, we ain't going to worry about it. And now it flashed up just a few minutes ago, freeze warning. And I looked and it said 32, which ain't bad. I mean, I don't even know if it's worth pulling all them plants in for 32.
Yeah, that wouldn't kill them, but it didn't get any cooler than that, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, it's on the porch, so it wouldn't be getting frost on it and all that,
You'd be all right. But don't get any colder than that. The chat's about this Fay County, I guess, but I think there's a lot of it out there. You see.
So let me see if I can show you this. I sent this to Russell Koopman was advising me on. So I texted him. It would only text a 2-second video, but let's see if it'll play.
Tip it forward a little bit, top forward.
There you go.
No, just a hair more, Joey. Or Philip. Yeah, there you go. That's a little better.
I think there's a.
What is that? Is that just a bucket where he's feeding?
Oh, okay. Hold on. I don't know what it was.
Cleaning up.
Let's see. There we go.
Yeah, it's cleaning up. I had that.
Yeah, I just had.
So I was like the same thing.
But yeah, it got warm enough today that they were really out looking for something. But yeah, they were cleaning up the inside of that bucket. The sun is right behind my back. I kept trying to figure out what that shine was, but that's actually in the video. The sun was right off my shoulder. And
I store my honey in just 5-gallon buckets, and I put 4 days ago. Let's see, what's the day? This is Saturday. Tuesday, I think it was. I dumped another 5-gallon in my bottling tank, and let it heat up a little bit. And I put the bucket after it drained out good in my bottling tank. Well, I put it outside, and it was literally packed with bees. You know, I was just, but it's cooled down quite a bit since then. We was in the 60s, almost to 70 a couple of days first week, but we're 28 right now. So, and it's snowing, which I hate, but it is what it is. Can't do anything about it.
Yeah. As far as I know, I don't think we ever go totally broodless. Now we'll get down to where the two inside is about the smallest I've ever seen. And of course, y'all probably know I usually don't go in a hive this time of year, period. I may pull a top off if I'm suspecting something, but I usually don't go into them. There's Chris. Hey, Chris. But usually the smallest I've ever seen was maybe the two inside frames. Just on the inside would have about 5 inches of brood or 4 inches of brood on each side inside. Now that's like a single frame box. I mean a single deep box. But I can't say because like I say I don't go in the wintertime. January 15th is usually when I go in, and it's already slowly starting to pick back up by then.
Yep. I think I'm the same way.
There, my buddy.
So before you came on last night, Joey, we were talking about my fall honey and how thick it was. And I did a moisture test on it when everybody was watching, and it came out like 13 or 13.5%.
Sorry about that.
It came back. You there?
Yeah, I didn't mean to talk over you.
That's all right. You got something you need to say?
No, I was
Okay.
I had noise on and I had to mute it right quick.
Okay. But so that got me to thinking that I wanted to, because I mean it's just taking forever to fill these jars up. So I asked online if anybody ever added water, and Minnesota Mike said that Russell Koopman was the expert. So I texted him this morning trying to get his advice, and he confirmed that my math was correct of how much water to add. So I went and got some, I had some distilled water. So I put that in it and used one of those paint stirrers in my drill. And it worked. It got it down. It got it pretty close to what I calculated. So I've got it from that 13 or 13.5% up to one bucket was just under 17 and the other one was right at 17%. So
about half and half, is it, Philip? I'm going to report you down to the honey committee over at Gunline.
It's the first time I'd ever done that. I've always been trying to get water out of it.
We got that on tape. I've been telling them folks use
it's adulterated now, right?
Sending that blackstrap molasses over for them folks, telling them it's honey.
I was going to say that if it got any worse, I was just going to sell it as taffy.
Well, see, that's what happens if you'd had your heated bottling tank, you'd have never known that because you probably wouldn't have tested it. It would have went ahead and run out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was taking 2 minutes to fill one of these little bitty jars this big.
Yeah.
And I actually hadn't tried it yet. The part that was in my bottling tank was pretty low, and I just guessed that it was 2 gallons. And I got that a little bit wet, even though I got that to like 17.8%. Mm-hmm. So then I just poured some of the dryer in and stirred it up again because it was ready to be refilled anyway. But I hadn't tried to refill. Hadn't tried to fill any yet.
Was that last night's chat? Y'all talked about that, or the Wednesday night?
No, it was on last night with Charlie. We talked about it.
I'll have to go back.
Had everybody guessing what the moisture content. The lowest anybody guessed was 14%, but it was even lower than that.
There he is again, disguising himself as somebody else.
Is that Lee? Who is that, Lee?
I think it is.
Mhm. That Southern Louisiana family. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's right. That man
Hey,
was
Hey guys,
Hey,
Joey,
Matt.
GW, Philip, how you doing?
good. You doing all right?
Yeah, doing good. Back in the dungeon here. Yeah, I heard JW had a couple questions that he wanted to ask.
Yeah, and I've already forgot them.
You should have wrote them down.
You sound like me.
I should have. I did. I'd lost my note.
You sound like me.
Hey, Lee.
Finally getting cold here. You know, I'm sure you know about it, JW, but
Well, it's not too bad. I was 29.
I'm gonna have
No,
to go
I-
get my hat. It's getting cold in here.
cold enough, you know.
I
But
had cattle for years. Anything above 20, I thought was pleasant, you know. But I'm getting
but
older in my old age. Why I don't. I was going to work outside this afternoon, and I've got a unheated wood shop area where I do all my sawing and stuff. I was going to make some telescopic lids, and my hands got cold. I said, "The heck with it. There'll be another day." I think I've got enough anyway. I just want a few extras.
yeah, I heard you mention that about the telescoping on winter. We run all migratory covers, and I feel like the telescoping is a little bit more forgiving with, you know, doing any kind of top insulation or, you know, getting things just to get weather tight and fit just right.
I've got mine's all telescopic for the winter. I had feeders, you know, buckets and jars.
Okay.
Some of the smaller hives I had just quart jars on, and I've got telescopic lids on everything. But I'll maybe next week. We're supposed to have a day around 50. I may jerk them off and just put the telescope in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Worms
And feeder shims. I make 2-inch feeder shims.
okay.
Insulation and just the sugar boards underneath them. Just pack it in there.
Sure.
I tell folks it's my secret recipe, you know, that I mix up. It's just like Kent Williams and all those people.
Sure.
Except I do add little artificial pollen in with mine,
You okay?
and a little lemongrass oil gives them a little flavor. Makes it taste better when you get it in your mouth. That extra sugar tastes like lemon drops.
Oh yeah. Yep.
with,
A cook's got to taste his own batch, you know.
Yeah, I do. Have to taste different. I was telling one day this week, or I put a little bit of Hive Alive, well, whatever I've got. If it's Honeybee Healthy, or I'll put about a spoonful of that in each 4-pound mixture, or try to.
Sure.
I don't know what I was thinking the other day, and I'm terrible about my mouth being my third hand. You know, I'll stick something in my mouth or hold screws or whatever in my mouth.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking I had one of them spoons of Hive Alive, and I stuck it in my mouth. That was not a smart idea.
Yeah.
That stuff is hot.
Yep.
It's very dehydrating. I tell you what, my lips within an hour was all feel like they was cracking, and
Yeah.
that thymol, I guess, is what it is. But it's that wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, with the fondant experiments, I was making batches and, you know, just stirring with that spatula. The place on the countertop had a nice little patch of melted sugar, you know, that was sitting there. Occasionally I would just, you know, just take a lick or, you know, just do something like that with it. And it was candy for a while. And then the third or fourth batches, I started getting wise and trying to mix in certain things at the end there. And then I forgot all about the fact that I mixed in Hive Alive and some Apis and took a little taste test of those. Just a little different. It's got its own little zing to it. I know what you mean.
Matt, can you see that question there, or you want me to read it to you?
I can see it's from Hope.
Yep.
Okay, it says mine starts foaming before softball temp, 225 degrees. Should I start the 20-minute timer then?
You know, the softball stage for sugar. Again, I don't have my notes right in front of me, but it is a range. It's not an actual specific temperature. And elevation may, I'm not sure what elevation Hope's at, but I know that definitely plays a role when you're cooking certain things. You know, certain areas above sea level and what have you. So I'm not sure that might play something. You know, as part of it. But that softball temperature is a general range, really, and that's the key from what I've found is getting it up to that point. And if it's foaming up, from what I gather in my knowledge, the sugar is starting to invert whatever temperature, and it could be a thermometer thing too if she's using a candy thermometer. There may be some variance in some of those as well. So it's not a perfect science by any means, but that foaming up of the sugar is the key to that main inversion starting to happen. So it's not going to start foaming until that that point in time. So she's got to be pretty close to that softball temperature for that to start occurring. But I think one of the keys is using a big enough pot to be able to to take that expansion comfortably and with confidence, because I think that's part of the key is getting it up to that temperature and then being able to hold it and not automatically going all the way down to low on heat, for instance. That's
I wonder if anyone's ever tried any of those little convection heaters. You know, that's what they were using on that when they were making those extended release. When Randy Oliver first came out with that extended release, they recommended that you use when them what they call, I think they call them convection heaters. I've actually got one, but never used it. I never didn't go ahead and make the extended acid. You know, when they was using the sponges when Randy first
right.
come out with the videos on them. So but I never did use it.
I know convection oven basically just refers to the fact that there is some sort of heat or a fan generating, pushing the heat around evenly, from what I gather. So it's kind of like a
this is just a pad.
turbo heater.
You got to have a like a copper, one of those copper bottom like pans for it.
Oh, gotcha.
And there's no physical heat to it, but it'll bring stuff up to temperature, or you can boil water and stuff with it, you know. So I've never used it, so I didn't know if anybody ever used one or not. If you have on your chat, anybody, why, enlighten the old man. I don't know whether it's applicable or not. I'm not even sure that convection is the proper word for it. It's some kind of.
Was it like
a hot plate? Yeah, there's
a hot plate.
Yeah.
And I think a hot plate would do just fine.
Yeah.
I think the consistency and stirring it gently just to make sure there's no caramelization happening is a key thing in the cooking process, and getting it up to temperature. Really, once it starts boiling, the amount of stirring is minimalized. It probably should still occur, but I didn't catch that it's near as important as bringing up to that temperature, because normally that's when your heat's going to be on high, trying to get to that, or at least up higher, trying to get that temperature up to that boil, to the softball state. So I think a hot plate would work. I know that, for instance, the batches I'm using is on a gas stove, so the heating power of gas is, I think, better than a hot plate.
So, maybe I'm the only one that doesn't understand, but maybe there's somebody else. What does softball state mean?
So the softball state of sugar is basically just getting it's the lowest temperature range per se of sugar candy making, and fondant. Baking and fondant itself is just for cakes and what have you. Baker's fondant. It's all pretty much made at that same temperature range. So on a candy thermometer, you'll have those marks specifically set, and softball is the lowest of those. So it's softball, hardball, and then it goes like soft crack and hard crack. So the
Gotcha.
harder, more like, I guess, a peanut brittle type candy would probably be either the soft or hard crack, is my thought. You're just cooking that temperature up so high that sugar has no other, it kind of caramelizes the sugar. So it's a temperature range we don't want to hit with the fondant making.
Got it.
So
Okay.
softball is generally the lowest of those temperatures for sure.
All right.
Now, I don't know if you've all ever noticed or not, but he's up here in Central Illinois, David Burns. I mean, he's got
Mhm.
millions of subscribers, and that's what he
Yeah.
does for a living.
Yeah, that's
He
Greg.
makes
That's Greg.
candy
That's
board.
Greg Burns' his uncle.
Yeah, Greg Burns is up there. Yeah. But he makes candy boards. They actually sell and market them,
Oh yeah.
and it looks like to me they're hard. Well, he must cook it. It's a cooked candy board, like you're talking about. But he must just take it a little bit further to where it actually turns hard, and then he puts it in like a 2-inch shim.
Yep.
You
And
know?
I think it's insulated as well. So
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
they turned it over to pour that hard candy in there and
Yep.
let that cool down on that insulation board and flip it over basically when they install it on the hives.
I used to have a rule when I was watching Greg Burns. David Burns. The third time he said "honey be kind" or "winter be kind," I would change off the channel and go somewhere else. He doesn't do that as much. He doesn't do that like he used to. But
It's one of those things, running the gamut of YouTube, and it's there's a certain validity, I guess, if someone's not selling anything or doesn't have anything to gain by recommending something or what have you. I mean, if they're constantly, like you're saying, repeating something that they're selling, it's kind of like, well, I'm sure it's good, but it's at a certain.
Now he doesn't say it much because all he says is, he says that he's sold out. He doesn't even push them anymore because he's got enough customers. He doesn't worry about it anymore. So I can watch him for longer now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm a huge fan of shopping local, and our local bee store is phenomenal as far as what I've heard from around the country and what's available to the local beekeepers here in our community. So hats off to them, and they do an awesome job. But I know that their candy boards, for instance, for an 8 or 10 frame hive, or just the candy itself, if you were to bring them your feeding shim, is somewhere around $30, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It's $20 for the shim itself, and then $30 to fill it, and that's just one candy board. So that's it's potentially a $50 bill for anyone who doesn't have that equipment set up, or is just going to them for that. And for someone who only has a couple of hives, it's probably not a big dent. But when you're pushing dozens or anything above a certain number, it adds up really quick. So
yeah, even the Hive Alive, the smaller packages are about $5, right?
I know that we can get them from the same store. I think I would pay about $120 for a case of 15 2.5 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a man. Got to straighten up.
Hi, y'all.
There's Mark. How you doing, Mark?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Mark.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been doing a lot of box maintenance.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I've been painting and nailing and screwing and all that good stuff.
That time of year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got about 50 of them painted though. I've been pretty busy.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Are you brushing them? Are you rolling them, or how you painting them?
Brushing.
Okay.
Yeah, just painting them all white. Just mainly repainting just to try to keep them a few more years.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you clean them up, wash them up, or anything before you paint them, or just brush them off?
Scrape them with a hive tool, Joey, and run a sander over it. Rough sander, just kind of rough them up, get the propolis off of them. Not a whole lot though, just real quick. Yeah.
There's that Northern Russell I was telling you about, Joey.
You on here? Yep.
Yeah, no, Russell Koopman. He's hollering at Mark here.
Oh,
I
I
call him
can't
North-
see the
I call
comment.
him, North, I call him Northern Russell.
Yep.
Yeah. Hi, Russell.
Yeah.
Russell snuck in on me. I didn't even see him come in.
I'm out here in the shop. I got the wood stove going, but it's still kind of cool out here.
I was telling these guys, I don't know if you heard me or not, I tried to do some woodworking. My shop wasn't heated. My hand got the cold. I was trying to bend some metal, I was making some telescoping covers and going to bend some metal, and that metal was cold. My hands got cold. I said, the heck with this. I went to the house. So,
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to babysit this heat. I don't want it to get too cold where this paint will dry.
my brake handle, I've got a little old 4-foot brake, and I bend that metal for those telescopic lids with, that handle was so cold on it, it felt like I was sticking my tongue to
I
a
bet.
handle.
Yeah.
All I do on those JW is glue them down to the top and then take my rubber mallet and bend them over.
Now you
Grease
can.
them right over the corner of the box. Not probably as nice as your brake, but it works. The bees don't care. Like Bob
Oh,
Beatty
I
said.
do
bees
that.
don't
I used to do that. I found a little old brake. It's a Harbor Freight. I didn't give much for it. It works real well.
I've got one of those little. It's like an 18-inch brake that they sell. It's just it's got 1 inch on one side and 3/8 on the other.
Mhm.
And I use that. I do put that on the ledges there where the frame rests are. On the deep boxes, on the mediums, I don't worry about it. But I don't think many people put any kind of metal on those frame rests. Most people don't, but
You know, Philip, I have a couple boxes I got from my mentor, and they have that in there, and it's noticeable that it seems like the frames slide around a little bit easier, just a little bit, you know. At times, you know, I almost appreciate the fact that box has them on it, you know.
yeah. On my boxes, on my deeps, I always cut a groove down each end so I can divide it in two.
Okay.
So I have to stop that metal on both sides of that groove. And a lot of times when I'm in the hive, I forget that groove is there, and I'm just trying to force those frames over.
Yep.
And it gets caught on that groove, and I'm
Right.
just like, why the heck ain't it moving?
Right.
And I got to remember, I can only move half of them at a time.
Gotcha.
So you got to get them across that little groove that's in the middle. But
Hey,
So-
Philip, I was going to tell you, I've got one of them valves like you're pouring with right there,
yeah,
and they don't work good when that honey's cold. I guess you know that.
right. Well,
You-
last night I was demonstrating it, and it was taking 2 minutes to fill that little jar, but I just filled one. It went a lot faster. I was going when things slowed down a little bit, I was going to demonstrate it.
Yeah, get you one of them little wraps. Get you one of them 5-gallon bucket wraps and wrap around what you got right there, and it'll work great.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah, that'd be good because then I could just because I have 3 different kind of honeys at a lot of time of the year that I have to deal with. So I either got to spend a lot of money on bottling tanks or figure out a way to keep going the cheap route with these.
Yeah, that wrap's about $130 probably. 100 something.
Somebody did show me that somebody showed that 7-gallon from Hilco's like 700. That's not terrible. If I was going to have to get 3 of them, then but yeah, here, I go ahead, Joey, and put it back up. I'll go ahead and fill this jar. We'll see how long it takes. It took 2 full minutes last night, but let's see what it'll do now. It's going a lot better and a lot faster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's warmed up
not
now.
Not
That's
too bad.
pretty obvious, yes.
Last night it was 13% water content, and now it's probably about right at 17. All right, we're done. It only took about 20 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So
What are you gonna put on your sale when you go to those markets? Now you can put down watered down honey, or you're gonna advertise that, Philip? I want to know.
I was surprised when I did the calculation how much water, like a full bucket, it was calculating out to about 30 ounces of water to go in there if you got like 4 gallons to get it to make it rise up 3 3.5%. And that's why I had to get a hold of Russell. I was like, this can't, because it's like 5.75 ounces per gallon is to get to make it go up about 3%. Yeah. And last night I was showing people it's still honey. It's not water. It's not water now, but it definitely is running a lot better than it did last night. So
Oh yeah.
Oak said he figured the recipe is 88 cents per pound versus Hive Alive is $2.42 per pound.
That's pretty good.
That sounds about right. I came up with roughly a quarter of the cost as far as depending on how much you're paying for the sugar, obviously. But I would just go into Walmart when I made the last couple of batches. So that's you're paying $20, 25 pounds there.
That's a lot of money.
So that's really what prompted me, is that I went through I think four boxes, my first putting out of fondant all throughout the yards, and that to me, after a week and seeing how they tore that up, and I had already fed these hives, I mean, full to the rim, they wouldn't even take any more syrup. So I think with this cold weather coming in, and I put my feeding shims on, if I put fondant on, obviously they're going to take it. But what I found was not only were the lighter hives mid-season splits and on from, let's say, July on, so those mid-season, the later season splits, they stored nectar or sugar water in that sense, but boy, did they really tear through it on those warmer flight days, surprisingly so. And the reason I know for the most part is just because I'm using double screen boards. In some situations, I have three hives stacked on top of each other. So 2 double screen boards in use per stack. And some of those hives were noticeably lighter in that last week of warmer flight weather that we had. And I knew I had to do something because, with those triple stacks, you're not trying to take those apart too often, So money was a motivator to try to figure out the cheapest way what I felt was the best way to feed them going into winter.
Money's always my motivator.
I know.
Yeah.
Beekeeping isn't cheap, and
No.
it seemed like all this year I was not getting the cart in front of the horse, but I was always trying to figure out either I needed more deep brood boxes or I needed honey supers or frames or foundation. I was constantly going to our store here in town, Isabee's, getting
You're our best customer.
I needed for like the next week or two, and then going back, and so.
She was happy to see you, wasn't she?
She was. Jane and Scott, we become the best of buddies.
I'm just hoping my bees don't. I'm just hoping my bees don't hear about y'all's bees getting all that good stuff. Mine don't get all those treats like that.
Yeah, mine don't either.
They might leave.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about your intention and the level of whatever you want to put into them. And I put a lot of time, money, and effort into the growing the yards that low 70 count, and I figure if that's going to be something that helps them, then that's great. But I didn't want to do anything that was going to be detrimental, and I knew with the cooler temperatures, nothing liquid wise, it was too late to refill any of the stores that they may have gone through on those fly days. So
yeah.
This comment right here is pretty true. There's a lot of stuff in the Hive Alive fondant, and that's I don't know if it's that much money difference, but it does make a little bit of difference there.
Yeah, I've only used Hive Alive fondant. Well, again, this is my second winter going into beekeeping, so the long history of using anything isn't there because I haven't done it long enough, So
yeah,
I know just enough basically to be dangerous, as far as that. So, but I just want to give them what I'd be able to afford and feed with confidence and in bulk, and that's how I came up with that fondant.
And you can also, it depends on how many hives you have. If you want to try it out, just try it out on a few hives and see what happens.
Yeah, yep. There's that
You don't have to
5-pound recipe. I mean, to be honest, it really only takes. I did in the video that I showed on that was a 20-pound mix, so the ratio is just increased. Basically double 10-pound batch as far as that goes. So in that 20-quart pot, you're able to do 20 pounds of sugar at a time. So that'd give you about 25 pounds worth of fondant out of 20 pounds of sugar. So I was actually really surprised after I weighed everything after I made it that there is not much loss at all in actual weight. It's almost, I guess the only thing that's lost out is the steam coming to the boil. So a lot of that water just gets absorbed into the sugar and the.
Wayfarm's got a question there. Is it true keep heating honey may lead losing of important nutrients to consumer? I guess that really depends on how much heating you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
To me, like in the bottling tank, 95 degrees, that's not really heating. To me,
Yeah.
that's
just
the same temperature as a hive. So
right.
Yeah,
How hot you get it, and how
yeah.
long you heat it that long, and
Yeah, Bob Benny has a pretty good video on, the time, the temperature, and the amount of time you can heat it until when it's affected. But
I know some people that heat it long enough just to kill the yeast and bring it back down, and that's all they do.
Yep. I'm pretty sure. I mean, that's what you're doing with the dice method of creamed honey, from what I understand.
yeah, you are going to be getting rid of the nutrients with the dice method. Don't they recommend like 140 or something, 160?
So, I mean, I'm not sure if you're pasteurizing it, but you're absolutely controlling the fact that there's no larger crystal, to take over your feed.
I don't know. I could be totally wrong. I was thinking the old timers always said 110 degrees. You didn't want to get it over that. It start breaking the honey down to a certain extent.
That's all I go, 110.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 110 is kind of
liquefy it.
It's actually for instantaneous heating, it's about 140. But
yeah,
Bob Benny was saying it. You can be lower than that if it's constant heat. But now I think the lowest temperature for pasteurizing honey is about 125. But it has to stay there like 20 minutes or something, I think.
So why would you want to pasteurize?
Well, for the dice method, you're doing it to get rid of that make it where it won't crystallize. The large crystals won't take it over.
I mean, are you killing bacteria, i.e. like in milk? Or is it a different pasteurization?
Well, it's killing yeast, like they said, which, if it's not perfect moisture content, the yeast will take over. But I know the commercial guys heat it so it won't crystallize.
Mm-hmm.
That's their reason for it.
They heat it because that's what the grocery store wants. They want a 6-month shelf life.
Yeah.
They do not want it to crystallize.
Right.
My question is, Melanie, she said it. What is it? Let's see. They were back up here. Definitely noticed the difference when using Hive Alive. And I would like to know, what do you notice? I mean, anything visually?
I think from what my experience, which again is limited, I started feeding our Hive Alive additive into our sugar water going into the later part of the season. So let's say October on. So the later feedings going into this cooler weather that we're having now. And I've also been using Apis pretty much throughout the year. Anytime I'm feeding, it's got Apis in it. So
absolutely there. I mean, I've 2 years ago, I've seen the difference in that.
Yeah. And
you're going to have bees from the bottom board to the roof.
Right. In doing that, what I noticed later in the season, and we're talking, let's say late October, I would notice going into feeding, not into these, and it's about a 1.5 to 1. I never did feed it 2 to 1 this year, but about that 1.5 to 1, I would go top off their division board feeders, and I would see fresh comb being drawn, some some of that frosting, fresh wax being drawn, just like on the top bars, the top of the frames, and just kind of was encouraging to see that something was going on to where that late in the season they were able to do either some sort of cleaning of the hive or comb freshening up. Something was in that sugar water or whatever they may have been sourcing that they felt the need to do a little housekeeping with, and I felt that was a good sign. So my thought was maybe at that point in time, the only difference, because I'd been using Apis all year, was that maybe it was the Hive Alive that I was giving into that mix as well. So
I know you're doing thin syrup, so that will stimulate them to do that. I mean, but now are you feeding through the winter?
No, not with any liquid. So we stopped on liquid right after they stopped taking it. So let's say about three weeks ago, I'd probably say it was the last liquid feed.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, they gave me a bottle of that stuff and I put it in the feed, and yeah, I didn't see any, maybe I didn't give it long enough. I mean, it's just like Apis Biologic. You got to put it in the fall, but you're going to see the results in the spring.
Right. Sure.
You'll see a dramatic results, but
yeah.
Hive Alive, they gave me, I don't know, a bottle so big, and I put it in the feed, but
with just being on the newer beekeeper end of things, I feel like I'm a victim for all the snake oils out there. I mean, there's just the gamut of ingredients you could put into a hive and spend money all the way to the store and then back, so.
Well, it kind of all boils down to your way of keeping bees.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what you plan on doing with them.
Sure.
Yeah, but like around here, or I hear this, I feed through the winter, whether it be fondant, sugar bricks, candy boards, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I go in there and hit them with 2 to 1 sugar water, and I feed them until they just absolutely won't take anymore. And come around the 15th of October, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done, and it'll take me all the way into spring. But it also depends where you live, what type of hive you are. Are you insulating, or do you have insulated hives?
Sure.
That all makes, where I've heard some people will say, oh, I feed sugar water. I'll give them so many gallons, and then I just make the choice of stopping that. And then they'll say, well, I got my Hive Alive fondant. I'll go out there, whatever, I won't say emergency feed, but feed them, let's say in January or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I used the candy board like you guys were talking about it earlier on, something where you boil it like a darn witch's brew, and you pour that hot molten sugar into the form,
mm-hmm.
and let it set up within 12 hours or whatever.
Right.
And I did that one time. I was like, forget that. It's too damn much work.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then if I have some sugar bricks, well, just take a couple sheet cake pans off of Amazon, 10 pounds of sugar, a cup of water, and a tablespoon or two of white vinegar. Mix it up with a drill, level it all out, take a rolling pin and roll it out, and then score your pan. I make like a 4x6 block.
Mm-hmm.
Let it dry over about 3 days, and you put you put 1.5 inch, 2 inch shim on your hive. Throw the brick on top of the frame bars, and cover it back up, and I'm done. If they need it, in the spring, and I'm talking mid February, early March.
So I thought Melanie was talking about the fondant, not the liquid, but maybe she was talking about the liquid. I don't know. Oh, there's her comment right there. Smell better, looks cleaner, seem different, brighter, actually for lack of a better word.
So you know how every hive, I guess, has its own personality, just similar to a horse that you may have, or an animal, or a dog or cat. You know that everything's got its own energy, and it kind of, if you're able to listen to it, it talks to you. You know, in a sense, or you can understand what it's trying to say in some ways. That Hive Alive, it seems like, and it definitely has a positive benefit of the sense of it hasn't let me down anytime that I've gone in to look at it. And given the health of the colony is where it's supposed to be, they always appear to be doing as good as you would hope to see them doing, you know, if that makes sense. So I'm attributing that to the Hive Alive in that aspect, just because that's the last thing they may have had to where I'm comparing it to, hoping to see, you know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm not knocking it. I
Yeah.
just, you know,
sure.
it's just like, you know, when I first started out, I'll be using Honeybee Healthy.
Mhm.
When it got up to over $100 a gallon, I said, the hell with it.
Right.
You know, and I was done.
Yeah.
And then I used to listen to Fat Bee Man. You put the tea trio in there for the gut health and all that stuff. And what do I do now? Nothing, except for the last couple of years of Apis Biologic. Now that I definitely see.
Mhm.
I mean, it's an actual physical difference.
Yeah.
You know, as far as the size of hives and stuff like that.
Yeah, Charlie, I mix the Apis in with my sugar brick. In other words, you know, you need a little water to make your sugar brick.
Mhm.
And I'll just mix a little bit of Apis up and use that as my water and form my brick up in a little old Tupperware dish. And that's all they get. And I usually put that on about 1st of February. And be ready to split, because, oh my God, in a month from there, you're going to have all kind of bees.
You
Yep.
got that right.
And that's,
You got that right.
with that being said too, that's one reason why with the growth last year, I'm trying to, or in springtime, everything goes well, I'm trying to sell at least 30 nukes. You know, I mean, I'm trying to rear these hives to be as strong as possible, because I have you know, in trying to make some sort of income back off of these ladies, I have goals of trying to do a nuke sale, you know, split. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
one.
achievable. I mean, I've been selling up until this year was my last year as far as selling nukes, you know, as far as.
Hey, Mark, can you repeat when you said you put that on, that Apis? I missed that.
I put it in with, like, when I'm making a sugar brick, I just mix water with my sugar to make my brick. But I mix Apis in with that water.
So what do you put, like an 1/8 of a teaspoon in there? Or
Yeah,
something?
very little, Charlie. Yeah.
It's a pinch.
And that's, yeah, because I'm only putting just a little bit of water in there, just enough to make a snowball, basically.
Yeah.
With that sugar, and then I
Yeah.
mold it into like a little Tupperware dish.
Yeah.
That's all they get right there. And that goes in 1st of February. And you give it a month, you better be ready to make some splits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I could do that with liquid because my temperatures would allow it.
You can do it with
Well-
liquid, yes, but see, in February here, it's still cold.
Right.
Here's a question from in South Carolina about pollen patties. In South Carolina, would the middle of February be a good time to start feeding pollen patties to build up bees up to split? That's what they meant to say, they're split.
Just watch your pollen inflow.
Yeah.
You don't want too much pollen going into that hive and be pollen bound, because there's a lot of pollen comes into them hives at that time of year.
Mm-hmm.
And if your weather, it depends on your weather and all, you know, you got to watch all that, because
Well, like I
if
say,
you're getting a lot of rain, yeah, throw them patties on. It's good.
Yeah.
But if they're getting a lot of pollen, you don't need nothing else.
Yeah, that's something I've never put on, like most everything else, pollen patties. I've never fed a pollen patty.
Yeah, I agree with what Mark said.
Very little pollen.
If you're trying to stimulate your bees to start laying brood, I mean, the guys that really have to make money off the bees that are taking them to California, they'll start feeding pollen in December.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where some hobbyists mess up. They're following what a
Yeah.
commercial guy is doing.
But you can use that. You can use their timing because they're trying.
Yeah.
They're basically a month and a half, 6 weeks out from moving those bees. That's when they're hitting them hard with that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Brian wants to know, Matt, how big you're going to get.
Oh, to be honest, there's a couple yards. There's a dairy farm not too far away, also in Sandy Valley. I'm trying to keep everything within about a 20-mile distance from
Yeah,
our.
but are you going to go 150 hives or are you going to go 50 hives?
No, I think I'll be somewhere around maybe the 100 mark, give or take. But I want those bees to be the 100 healthiest colonies that I've ever seen. So I'm not trying to grow out of my britches. And
So are you going to take 10 framers and then pull your nukes out of your 10 framers?
Yes. Yep. So I run all 10 frame deeps. That's 10 frame or 5 frame nukes. That's all we have. All deeps.
Well, I mean, for me, I do 10 frame for my honey production. And then I got into, well, when I started, Michael Palmer was the new guy on the block as far as bringing in the old idea of nukes.
Sure.
So for me, it was always easier I overwinter nukes in 5 frame boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd have 20. Well, I had up to 24 nukes, and I was figuring on 20 nukes a year, and that kind of stuff. And then other folks are like, okay, well, I'll go into my 10 frame and pull a nuke out of that, so kind of push them back in brood production, so they won't swarm and stuff like that.
Right.
But
so like this year, for instance, what I found is our strongest honey producing colonies, in which we only had 8 in total. The rest were all splits. We came out of winter with 4 hives. So those numbers of brood or frames of bees, if they had 4 frames of brood or bees, those hives were set up to be our honey producers this year. For instance, so anything above that amount of brood or bees come the 1st of April was split off or taken away from that hive, so they didn't get too big too quick.
Yeah.
So we just split, and then we split the splits, and we grafted. I think I also got married early April this year, so that took a little bit of my spring management time. I had to really be precise about that, but we did run about 5 rounds of grafting, and that the first couple went horrible. And, it's went absolutely horrible, but the learning curve was sharp, and I got my act together, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th went really well. So that's one of the reasons how we built up so quick, so fast.
What state are you in?
We're in Missouri, just south of St. Louis, about a half an hour.
Okay, you're next to Tom and Melissa.
Yeah, just straight down 55.
See, Russell there says I try to get pollen patties on about 2 weeks before the first pollen.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna feed,
May
that's
would be
probably
February.
So here in the St. Louis area, it was right around Valentine's Day is when I put on about a half a pound of pollen patty on the hives that I wanted to boost in that way.
So Matt, are you from around Bloomfield?
A little bit north of that. So Bloomfield's just past. We actually live in the town of Festus, and that's just down from in between Herculaneum and
Peevely area.
Yep. I get off to get to our main yard. I get off at Peevely exit on 55 to give you an idea.
Yeah, I've slept there many a night.
Okay. Yep.
You say Festus, Matt?
Brian from Flower Street says, congratulations on getting married.
Oh, well, thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. Thank you. It was a little nerve-wracking because at the time, early April, let's see, I probably had 30 hives down there, and when I mean down there, I'm talking less than 50 yards from the platform we're getting married at, so when my wife picked out a dark navy blue suit for everybody, all the guys, I'm thinking that's got to be the worst color in the world, think the kind of, just a darker color in general. And the day we got married, I was there a little early, of course, and nervous as heck. As soon as I got out of my truck, I had one bump me right on the forehead. It's like, oh no, 10 seconds in my Sunday's best, and boink, I was like, oh no, that's not gonna please don't have the, we have really gentle bees, I feel like, but that was, so anyway, yeah, it's always fun. Anyway. But nothing happened. No one got stung on our wedding day, so that it all went good.
That's good.
Did you say Festus, Matt?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I know right where that's at. So.
Yep. Yep. Little grandma towns, what I call it, kind of is what it reminds me of. So.
Yeah, there's a guy up there right in your area somewhere that collects the venom and makes a cream.
Really?
Yeah. His neighbor is a chemical engineer, I think, and the two got together and started making this. He ain't far from where you're at, but I can't remember his name. They were making it now. I don't know how good it went off. Isby's was selling it years ago.
What they making, Mark?
Some kind of cream for your muscles, nerves, you put it on,
Okay.
like on your back. The reason why I know is I got pulled into that scale house down there at about the 160 on 55.
Okay.
And the officer that inspected me that day, that was his wife that is the engineer.
Oh,
So
okay.
we fell into that conversation. That's how I knew that.
Gotcha.
But I didn't get a ticket, so it worked.
Good. Always good. I think those are expensive, aren't they? Man,
Yeah, very. Yeah.
I wonder if they were using those. I saw a video where they're using those little plates. They're like glass plates, and then they make them vibrate, and it makes it sting the plates, and then they let it dry out there and scrape it off.
That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
I would imagine if the police walked into your house when you're scraping that plate down, you'd probably have a little bit.
It doesn't look too good.
Yeah, they'd be wanting to do some inspection for sure. Yeah. Yeah, we had a guy, that Cairo Bridge, the one going from Missouri over to Illinois.
Yep.
The old bridge, he crossed it when it had that blinking signs and no trucks.
Wow.
They caught him on the other side, and you wouldn't believe what the fine was. $25,000.
Oh wow.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, if it's the same bridge I'm thinking of, I mean, I can see why they would want to find them because that's
Yeah.
yeah.
It's eerie. It's an old one. Yeah.
He's lucky he made it. That's the thing about it, Mark. Is you talk about that old bridge at Cairo?
Yeah. I don't even go there no more. It's open back up now. You can go across it, but I'm not going across it. I'll go to Cairo and come around.
Yeah, you get stuck.
That's a
You get-
heavy fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
I'm sure he fought it a little bit.
Brian, if you're still on here, what are you using, the 2% or the 15% on that, on those globals?
They don't give you that option anymore.
I don't.
No, it was always the smaller amount. I think it's 4% or 5% or something like that. That's what it was last year. I just ordered 20 pounds of it. I'm like, I don't know. I use it a little bit. Maybe it'll work, I find that the maples start to bloom around March sometimes. So you want to get them in there about February, 5%.
Yeah, we're pretty blessed with an abundant pollen flow throughout. It seems like every time it rains, there's a different flower or something coming up on my drive into the yards. I'm always paying attention to what's blooming or different things I'm seeing as I'm driving. So that's one thing we're lucky about. We don't have to feed a whole lot of pollen pad either. We do have some hive beetle, not a terrible amount, but enough to where it puts pressure on putting anything like that in the hive, especially during mating times. And if a hive's queenless, it's like they got a blinking light for hive beetle to, come on in and check us out. So we don't want to tempt fate too bad.
Is that your wife?
I hope so.
Yeah, she is. I can't. I'm on my phone, so I can't see what she's saying. But
But yeah, don't put it on the screen. Let's get the real score.
I may be getting in trouble and not know it.
We'll give you the, you give us the skinny, and we promise we won't put it on the screen.
well, Matt, you married up. I got to say that.
Yeah, you outkicked your coverage there, Matt.
Awesome. Yeah, she's my biggest supporter. You know, I mean, she deals with me going out every day after work, and I'll come home and jump out of my work truck with all my wood and saws and everything on it, and jump into the B truck, and off I go. So I'm usually back by dinner time. You know, summertime that's 6:30. So, but she's been very patient with me chasing this hobby of really just a passion that I had no idea I'd be so passionate about. I'm almost regretful I found him at age 45 or 44 versus 34 or 24.
Yeah,
you know?
you got a 10-year head start on me though.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. I feel like it really is for everybody, but not that everyone would take it on. So,
Well, you know, Matt, the thing I find is if you're passionate about it, then you start studying about it, and you're constantly educating yourself about it, and you become more successful because of all that, because you immerse yourself into the craft.
Yep.
Because it is a craft where, you know, it's something you can read some of it out of the book, but a lot of it is experience and like coming into these places like that and getting some you know, tips and tricks and stuff like that, nuggets.
sure.
I got a guy that's no, I just, well, there's one fellow that's coming to Nobby for the first time, and I you know, I think he could be a really good beekeeper, but he doesn't. I can see that he just does, you know, he puts what he has to put into it instead of really diving into it.
Mhm.
And you know, I mean, he asks certain questions. He's only probably a couple years into it, and he's asking a bunch of questions. And I'm like, you know, if you would just get into it deep, all
Mhm.
them questions would be, you know, you would find the answers to all them questions.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
All right.
okay. But
So I'm kind of stubborn in that way. So if I don't know the answer to something, I'm going to figure out why I don't know the answer to it, or how I can find that answer out, whether it be someone who would know, or something. So that's kind of pushed me a lot to find information out otherwise, you know. So these chats,
well, it's like on this chat, I said, y'all watch Bob Biddy's videos. Well, they didn't know who he was, you know.
Mhm.
And I'm like, that's one of the guys that everybody should watch, because I won't say these, what, three weeks ago, he put out the one about the extended release oxalic acid.
Mhm.
And it's like, you know, that I've watched it 2 times, if not almost 3 now. And
Yep.
every time I watch it, I pick up more nuggets of information that I missed the first time.
Mhm. Yep.
And you know, as far as like I was like wondering, when did they apply this and apply that? And then Roger talks about, well, we did this in mid-May or something like, oh, okay, let's write that down. That was in the first video, because the second video has a tremendous amount of information.
Mhm.
And then first video, I rewatched it and, you know, found some little nuggets of bits and pieces of information. And I'm trying to sit there. Okay, I like what you're doing. I like the numbers on the charts. He had his plan, yearly plan, and the 2 other guys that worked for him. They're very similar to my plan. And it's like, okay, you guys are saying put it in there every quarter, something you're treating every 4 quarters out of the year. And I'm looking at, okay, how can I implement extended release oxalic acid vapor, Formic Pro, and AprilGuard, you know? at different times of the year and stuff. And, you know, some people say, well, when do you treat? I said, I treat 8 months out of the year, you know, and it's true. I mean, not continuously, but anywhere from July all the way around till February of the next year. I don't treat while the super's on. Now they say you can do all that. I still kind of have reserves about that, putting something in the hive while you're trying to make honey and food. Even though the government says it's okay, but they, you know, like the government, they say they're going to help you and it winds up being a disaster. So
You doing something?
Mark got hot.
I'm back.
Mark got hot, I said.
no,
My wife's
what happened to him?
Uh-oh, somebody kicked
Took his
out.
coat off.
Matt left, I guess.
Maybe hit the wrong button.
My wife summons me and said I had Applebee's molten cake.
Oh,
Yeah, the food delivery people brought it by, so I'm gonna eat me some ice cream. That's pretty nice to have food delivered to your door.
yes, sir.
Said that's ice cream.
Well, it ain't what I call ice cream, but it's cold.
We used to have ice cream delivered around here. Swanson, I think, was the name of the company.
Swan.
Swans?
Swans,
Yeah,
yeah.
they used to come around and deliver all the time.
They're national. They're still around.
Yeah, they're around. There's a warehouse close to my place where the trucks, you know, go around to the house.
Are they still in business?
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, it's like I have like those Swedish sponges or whatever you want to call them, cloths. I've got all the ingredients to make all that extended relief, but until this last couple of videos, you know, now you've got a lot more information about, like, you know, cutting up the strips into 4 pieces, and which is important, and applying them at when you have low mite load to begin with, which is important, and then kind of comparing my notes to what they said on their charts, what time of year and stuff when they did things, and then also what other things they did, which was I was comparing what I do in relationship to what they have done, and it's pretty close. So what happened to Matt? Want to be lost his internet service?
I don't know.
He was on the last time with us. He was on his phone. His battery goes down, so he might need.
Oh, that's probably what it is.
Probably killed his.
I hope I didn't piss him off.
No.
Yeah, Charlie, you ran somebody else off.
Yeah.
Matt seems to be pretty sharp to be 2-year.
There he is.
Sorry about that. My
Yeah.
phone died on me.
Yeah, so I was wondering what I made you mad or not. No, Mark, I'll have to agree with you. Matt here, how many years you been doing it? 2 years?
This is my.
He froze up now.
Just about to tell us.
Yeah, just about.
Right there.
With 80 highs, I just hope he's ready to make all them splits.
All right, how many years, Matt, you froze?
Sorry, 2 years in total. So I've had 2 springs and 2 summers, and this is my second winter.
All right,
So-
you got 2 years in.
Yeah.
I mean, you've went far in a very short amount of time, and from what I can listen to when you're talking, you're all in. I mean, you're mining information as much as you can possibly can, and
There's no
from
doubt about it. Thank you.
I mean, your knowledge base for the short time you've been in is extraordinary.
It is.
Oh, well,
You know, I mean, it took me, hey, oh, is that her?
No.
Huh? You know, I didn't proceed at that rate. You know, of course, I don't know. I think I started out with 2 hives, I guess it was. And then went to 4, and 4 went to 6. And, you know, and you just you're starting to gain more knowledge, you know. And then I started, like some people were saying to me here, yeah, I remember when you were going an hour and a half one way to Pennsylvania. I said, I still belong to that club. I still go there. I said, that's because that club was cutting edge. And I said, they were doing club raising their own queens and stuff. And you guys weren't doing, nobody around here was doing that kind of stuff. And I average, you know, about 5 different clubs because I'm trying to gain nuggets of information from everybody. And then YouTube came along and started watching the right people there. And then, you know, I told, like, when I learned how to graft, I went down to, before Hive Life was invented, there was called the Honey Show in Knoxville, Tennessee. It was put on by the bee inspector in Tennessee. And we went down there for a weekend. And Kent Williams was there, and he was out of Kentucky. And
get that boy in there.
Yeah, Kent.
One of my future helpers here. This is Jackson.
Hey, Jackson.
So he, you know, in about 10 minutes, in 10 minutes, Kent taught me how to graft. And I said, is this all there is to it? And he says, yeah. And then he talked about how to test your Chinese grafting tool, you know, for flexibility, and how to, you know, file it down and stuff like that, you know, and all those different things. And I seen him at Hive Life. I guess it was the last one. I walked up to him and where I told him, I said, I thank you for teaching me how to graft, because I said, I found out that when you learn how to graft and make your own queens, that's the key to self-sustainability. You can make all kinds of splits, but if you can't put a queen in that split, it's no good.
Sure.
But if you can learn to make your own queens, then you got it made. You know, you can do anything in beekeeping.
Yep. So the first couple splits, what I started off doing earlier this year was basically just taking immediately those 4 hives that survived. I took those, maybe 2 frames of her brood, especially cat brood, and moved her off into another hive, and then left her bees in that box and let them produce her own queen initially. So, you know, I don't know how many queens were probably produced that way, but every queen that did go out seemed like it came back mated. I mean, it was probably in the 90 percentile on the queen mating this year early on, which just from what I've seen is pretty high. So I got extremely lucky with that. So the grafting thing, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I said, go ahead.
The grafting thing, I knew was going to have to come short after that, because I didn't want to keep moving those queens and manipulating those hives. You know, it just felt like that wasn't how I wanted to grow those numbers. So I knew I probably need to figure out grafting, and I think everyone should try it, you know, because it's one of those things you're going to fail. You're going to fail more than, you're going to succeed at first for sure. I mean, there's
Yeah,
so
but you
many
know, the thing with me is you'll go to all these here clubs. Well,
Mhm.
you need to be a beekeeper for 4 or 5 years before you even try grafting. You know, they discourage you to do all that kind of stuff. And I got tired of the discouraging, and I went to Tennessee and learned how to do it. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
And then Kent tried to so yeah, there's the Hopkins method, and there's a multitude of different methods that they had done over 100 years ago. That if you get into some of them old bee books, it talks about all those different styles.
Mhm.
And so anyway, he tried to teach how to get the right age larvae, and trying to pick out an egg and then marking it and coming back so many days later and it'll be hatched, and you can't tell how old that darn egg is. I mean, if it's standing straight out, it might be, hour wise. And at least I can't. And I found the best way to do is go in there with your regular glasses on or whatever, and you look in there and you see larvae, but you can't see anything floating in it. That's it right there. Because
Mhm.
once you put your magnification on, then you can see it, and then it's young enough. And Mark, I think, will
Yep.
agree with me on that. He's the man. When it comes to queen rearing, he's the man. I
Uh-huh.
mean, he puts 40, 80 cells on a hive and comes out with 90% at least on the
That's
ones
awesome.
who used to do that on my live show, bringing them in the summertime out there, taking us out to the yard and all.
Yeah, raising queens is an art in and of itself, and there's a feeling when you're holding a virgin queen or hatching her out in an incubator and you see her crawl out of that cell for the first time. There's something really special about that, just knowing the power that you're holding in your hand as far as what she's able to create with her magic. So I highly recommend everyone to try it, even if it's just producing a hive. If they don't have the confidence in grafting, let the bees make them themselves, and produce your own queens if at all possible. I think that's, like you said, the key to any kind of self-sustainability for sure. Getting out of the having to order queens or dealing with the whole mailing and shipping part of it. And
That's the
I
problem
think
right there.
I think we all have the best queens around in our own yards already. So we're kind of, fighting ourselves if we're thinking that our genetics are going to just automatically be awesome if we order a certain queen from a catalog, a supplier.
Right.
It may or may not be that way. It just depends on if everything goes right, that type of thing.
There's good and bad in all of them.
Yep.
Matt, did you have a mentor coming up when you started?
The gentleman that helped me do our first cutout. So I'm a contractor by trade. So our first hive we actually got from us doing a custom shower, and it was actually in the ceiling or the attic of there was a ceiling of a shower I was having to put backerboard on. So when we tore that down, they were actually up in the third floor of that building in the attic. So we had to. My wife, Alicia, is a realtor. So she sold a house to a gentleman who sells honey in Arnold at the Arnold's Farmers Market. So he runs about 65 hives. And initially I had him come to the yard a couple times and help me with an inspection, but very, he was there for some questions, but I mean, just several visits out to the yard was pretty much the extent of that education as far as that goes. So,
Right.
But yeah, definitely had someone I could ask questions or send a text message to, and be like, hey, I'm seeing this, or, definitely had some questions before I found the chats or any of that for sure.
Yeah.
So that was helpful. But the bug had already bit me as far as that. So if I wasn't going to get the answer from John, love him to death, I was going to find that answer out or keep asking until I was satisfied with it.
for me, growing is not hard. It's
Mm.
stop growing.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
That's the hard
I
part.
have
You
I
can
have
run
to
out
work
of equipment real fast.
Yeah, and the equipment gets expensive when you have to buy it all the time. Yeah.
That's
Well, even when
honestly
you
why
build it, the time.
that's one
the
reason
time
why I want to. That's one reason why I want to sell those nukes in the springtime, because that's going to put me in a position to have to do some more splits and keep the amount of equipment that I may already have, and keep fresh queens at that point too, and
Right.
just kind of keep everything turnover and inventory, but not try to grow too crazy.
Now you
I
can
would
raise
love.
queens and just keep turning them queens over too. If you don't sell
Yep.
all your nukes, just
Yep.
keep raising some queens and
Yep.
replacing queens and selling them or whatever.
Yep.
Because you don't always sell all your nukes. It happens.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a hoarder, so that's one reason why if I raised a split or something and they did so good, it was hard for me to want to sell them. So from the nuke box, they went into a 10 frame box.
Yeah.
They're overwintering this winter on the hill. So
Right. But that'll be your production colonies, So that's
Yep.
cool.
yeah, it's been a blast for sure. I don't have any regrets per se. The only regrets I would say, or the biggest learning curve, is don't be your own worst enemy, and try to overthink things. That's
Right.
if the wheel doesn't need to be reinvented, don't try and reinvent it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So I think it's real easy to make beekeeping really difficult when it's not that it's not difficult, but just sometimes it's easy to overthink things. I think I'll say.
Hey,
Sometimes
Matt,
I find it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Sometimes I find it, that I'll do something and then I'll to the bees and then I'll go in the house and sit down and then I'll think about it a minute and think, no, I should have done it this way,
Yeah,
Sure.
I do that.
Yep.
And so I got to the point where I'll look at the bees and I'll go off somewhere and sit down and think a little while before I start doing anything.
Yep.
And it saves me a lot of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's one of the first. That's my routine. I'll go to the yard. I'll drop my tailgate and I'll sit there for a minute. I mean, I'll be thinking the whole way there on what I should be doing or what I need to be doing. Then I'll get there. I'll drop the tailgate and just kind of sit there for a minute and reflect on almost like a bobsledder getting ready to go down the slide. They're doing their turns and and it's kind of like, okay, I need to start here and work my way around so I can get through 45 colonies in a couple hours, whatever I'm doing, in that sense. But yeah, very, very intentional, I think, is what it's taught me this year so far. Is if I'm going to the yard to do one thing, I go to that yard and make sure I accomplish that task, if at all possible, because otherwise it's real easy to get overwhelmed and behind.
Well, where's that? All right.
Hey,
Here
Todd.
comes the expert.
Hey, Todd.
No, Todd.
What I miss? Everybody.
Well, we just start
Yeah.
over.
We're learning from Matt.
No,
Yeah, Matt's
Yeah.
teaching us.
we learned that Matt just recently got married.
Oh wow.
Hey,
He
April.
just
Hey.
got married. He just got bees.
Yep.
And he's succeeding at both.
Hey, Matt, being a beekeeper, you're going to always be broke, but I want to tell you this story, and it ain't got anything to do with beekeeping.
Sure.
Last September, me and my wife celebrated our 48th anniversary.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome.
A good friend of ours, just prior to our wedding, he was actually a good friend of my wife's, and that's how I met him.
Okay.
He tore a dollar bill in half and gave her half and gave me half and said, as long as y'all stay together, you will never be broke. And that's pretty much been the truth.
Yep.
Now, let me show you something. I've carried that. I don't know if y'all can see that or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've carried that half of that dollar bill all these years in my wallet.
How about that?
And she's got hers. It looks a lot better than mine, just like she looks a lot better than me.
Yeah.
But I was in construction, so it looked bad. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
How about
I don't know
that?
if your wife is still watching, but that's a good story for her to come back and see too. But I show people this. There's a lot of people seen this dollar bill, especially young kids that just got married.
Mm-hmm.
I always show that to them.
That's
But
neat.
as long as we stay together, we'll never be broke.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
I'm pretty much a newlywed too, Matt.
Are you cool?
Yes. If I make it till April the 24th, it'll be 60 years.
Oh,
60 years.
that's awesome.
Joey's a newlywed.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Man, I can't help you out much with being married a long time, but I can help you out on divorce.
Yeah.
I've had enough of them. I know something about it.
I have pointers on that myself.
Yeah. This last one I've been with
Philip
about 20
covered
years.
up over there. Let me move that thing off of your head, Philip.
No, it's good. You got me censored there.
Hey, Todd.
I can hide under it.
He usually sticks me behind that, Philip. I can't imagine why, but
He's only 29, Roy is. Is that the same Roy that comes in? Because he sure is. He's. I don't know. I shouldn't say anything ugly. He looks my age.
29-year anniversary.
Oh, 29 anniversary. That makes more
Yeah.
sense.
How's everything with you, Todd?
Pretty good. It's basically all done for the year, and not much left to do. Cleaned all the junk up around the bee yard, got all the shims and the divider boards and the empty boxes and lids and stuff all put away. That's about it. Nothing left.
Do you have
I
any?
have a couple. What's that?
No, I'm sorry. I was going to say, do you have any of this pretty white stuff flying your way, or is that all?
Oh,
north?
no.
He's
No,
in Cali.
No.
It doesn't snow here. I mean, I think it snowed here twice in the last 40 years.
Yeah, that's.
So,
It was teasing. I've watched this enough to know where you're at.
Yeah.
yeah, but it's
We're
quiet.
exactly the same, Roy. That's what I had you sniffed out.
Y'all still youngins.
I wish you were right, Doug, on me.
No, it's weather has definitely changed though, that's for sure.
Is it?
So yeah, it's it gets real foggy here. The other day, I think it was Wednesday. I've been on vacation a week. Wednesday, the visibility when I was driving down the road was probably about 50 feet, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
We got a pretty good soaking of rain on Sunday night into Monday, and that usually means fog.
Snow's
Next.
over.
So
It's not snowing.
what's that?
He said the snow was over.
Oh,
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to mute my.
Oh,
I didn't-
I thought you were talking to us.
Well, I guess I was. It's snowing. Yeah, it's over here. It's not snowing anyway.
Good night, Randy.
you're looking mighty bright there tonight, JW. The other night you had fluorescent
Right, man.
green on.
I
You look
tell you,
like Santa Claus.
yeah. I feel like Santa Claus too, Mark, at times.
Well, I had to buy a new washing machine today.
Oh man, you can't fix them anymore. You have to just throw them away and get a new
Just
one.
throw it away, get another one. Part cost $300. So
Oh.
heck.
It's ridiculous.
I had a washing machine guy that used to always work on my stuff, and he was. I always told him he was too cheap. He'd come charge me like $25 for something, and put a part in and charge me $25. I said, "No, you ain't doing that." I give you more. Nowadays, so none of these machines they got around now, you can't work on them. I asked him when I got ready to buy a new machine. I said, "What's the best machine to get?" He said, "The cheapest one you can find." He said, "You're gonna throw it away anyway when it quits working."
That's
Well, the
funny. I
biggest
had-
biggest thing is they got that water saving crap on there, and takes 4 times longer to wash a load of clothes.
Yeah.
I had a dishwasher in here that lasted for 30 years, and put a new one in there. It used to be done in half an hour, 45 minutes. Now it's an hour and a half. You know, what do you do?
I bought one. I didn't pay a whole lot for it. And it lasted about 4 years, 5 years. Everything I've had always lasts like 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
But this one didn't last long.
Well, then
And
those
the
girls,
parts that went out on it, one set of parts was the rods with the springs, for when it's spinning, it balances. That kit was like 70 something dollars. And then the other part that went out was a bearing, and the bearing didn't cost but about $50 or $60, but to pay the man to change it was about another 50 or 60. He said, "You might as well just buy a new machine." So I went and bought another machine.
I had the exact same thing happen on mine. It was, I think, a Samsung on the dryer. The bearing went out on it, but you had to pull the whole thing. You had to break it down to like they built it in the factory. And that's what the guy said. It's going to cost you $200. He said the part is $50 and it's $200 in labor.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in 5 or 6 years or something else going to go wrong after we have to replace.
I had a set of Kenmores, the washer and the dryer, and they like to never wore out. And finally one of them did. So my son needed a dryer, so we gave the dryer to him, and I went and bought a new set of the Maytag. All I ever heard was Maytag, the
Maytag repairman.
Yeah, the Maytag repairman never had anything to do. But the first thing that happened when the washing machine went out, I called that man that I always call. He said, "What year?" Somebody just clicked in. Here we go. He said, "What year did you get it?" And I told him when. He said, "I can't work on it." He said, "They changed something on the transmission." He said, "You can't fix it." So that's that old Raw's luck.
Roy there says he had a dishwasher lasted 65 years and still going. What's her name?
I've been the dishwasher for the past 7 years. We just went and bought a new one today for Christmas. But I've been washing dishes for 7 years.
You all are jinxing yourselves. That's why I didn't say a word.
Hey, Darren, there was never a man shot while he was washing the dishes by his wife. never has happened.
I've had complaints. I've had complaints, Joey. I clean the house. I do all that stuff, and there's still a lot of complaints. Phillips.
Well, my wife had surgery 2 weeks ago, so I've been cooking, cleaning, washing dishes, folding clothes, vacuuming, sweeping, the whole 9 yards.
Well, how you doing that, Mark, with you truck driving?
Well, I do it when I get home.
Yeah, but
I took a week's vacation, first week.
Right. Is she able to stay by herself? When you're out?
Yeah. And our daughter lives right next door. So
Oh, okay.
that helps.
Yeah.
Of course, she's working too, but she can come home for lunch and whatnot. But she's just about functionable now. She can get up and walk around. She just can't pick nothing up.
Right. Well, I don't know. It's finally got cold here. It's 26 degrees tonight. And it's about
What's
33.
up, Darren?
About 33 today.
Really? We're down around 20 degrees, so that's where we should be. Maybe we're a little bit colder than we should be, but still, it's nice to see some cooler weather come in.
What the heck?
My only thing is I ain't been able to crop my deer stand yet. It's irking me.
Better you than me.
This is the first year since I've been 14 that I hadn't crawled up in a stand yet.
What's wrong? Why you ain't in it?
Taking care of her. I don't want to have to kill one and then mess with skinning it and grinding meat and putting it all up. I don't have time.
Yeah, you're in for a few days work after you shoot one.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. And I don't carry them to slaughterhouse. I quit that years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I just did myself.
It's cheaper.
Mm.
And you get what you want to get.
Right.
Yeah.
And I got rubs on trees out here in my backyard bigger than my waist.
Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
We
Yep.
quit going to slaughterhouse too, Mark. Before I got out of deer hunting, it got where when you sent a deer off to get it, if you was getting like roast and cut meat made instead of sausage, when you get it back, you would see where like the deer was hit with a buckshot or whatever, certain
Wasn't your
pieces
deer.
of meat, and we knew that wasn't our deer.
Right.
We knew what we shot it and what we shot it with.
Yeah.
But when you get ground beef, you're getting no telling who's
Yeah.
Right.
ground.
Well, I got where we used to hang our meat, and we found out that was the wrong way to do it after like 20 something years of hanging it. We got where we would cut it up or debone it if we was making sausage and put it in ice water. That was the cleanest, prettiest meat you could see.
Yeah, you can't hang it around here because it's just not cold enough.
Well, we had a big cooler,
Oh,
big walkie cooler.
probably all right to hang it.
Yeah, I grind
You
on my
remember me
burger.
talking about the Cannon Center at the
Yeah.
school
Yeah, that's right.
last week? When they shut that down, my uncle worked with the school board. They took it out and he asked if he could have it, and they gave it to him, and we put it up at his house. That's what we used to do, hang them in there.
Yeah.
That'd be great for your bees.
Yeah.
So
Put all
so
your coat in there.
the last one I killed, Joey, I cut it up and put it in an ice chest and poured ice over the top and pulled the plug
Yep.
and let that melt and run through that deer for like 3 days. It takes
That's
all
the
that
best
blood
way.
out of it.
That's the best way to do it.
And flush it out with a water hose.
Yeah.
Pull it out of there. That water will get all that hair to the top, just run out the top.
Mm.
I didn't do that. I should have done that. But some of the ice chests you get now are so good. You do that and it you open it
It
up and the
freezes.
ice hadn't maybe melted yet.
Yeah, it'll freeze the meat.
Yeah, blow up that picture behind me, Joey, can you? Can you blow up my screen? I was getting 1 or 2 in my time, fellas. That's good.
That's cows, isn't it?
Black Angus.
Why in the hell would you want to eat a deer when
Well,
You got your own cattle, yeah.
you got a cow?
You can skin one of them. You can skin one of them. I'll come up and pick it up.
You
know,
guys have
a deer. There's been 3. Of course, these guys that hunt on me are trophy hunters, being my sons and the grandson. There's been 380 class bucks killed out of the same tree on my property here this fall.
Hmm.
do you guys have any problem with
I
that?
don't allow any gun hunting. If they don't bow hunt, I don't let them hunt.
I like a little forky horn deer, spike. I don't. I'll
Everybody
kill a
leave.
big one if he comes by, but I'm not going to sit out there forever to hunt one.
I
I
never
don't-
did eat
I don't
any
shoot
deer.
does because I simply don't know how old that doe is. She may be 20-year-old.
Yeah,
And that little forky horn, he's 1.5 years old. He's perfect.
yeah.
That's what I want.
Well, I never
Hey.
said I never made deer horn soup out of any of it. Did you? Do you ever eat any deer horn soup?
No, nope. I can't eat
JW.
them antlers.
JW,
Come in.
hey, do you have any problem with the chronic wasting disease in your area or any of you guys?
I have had. We have had not chronic. We have what call a. We had an issue here about 5 or 6 years ago that when the deer get too thick, and you get kind of a droughty season, you get what they call blue tongue. But we've not had any chronic wasting's pretty much in Wisconsin, further north from us. We've never had it yet. I'm not saying we won't have it. But
Yeah, we have it up here in Pennsylvania, and when I've seen that, like that's when I quit deer hunting. Like
Yeah, we got it here.
Oh, really?
It's all over now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
That would've got
it's not
them-
right here in this county that we know of, but
Right.
they can have it for 10 or 15 years in the herd and you not even know it.
Right. Yeah.
Is it like knots on them or something like that?
No, it's
No.
it's horrible. They look more like zombies, Charlie. Seriously, like you see them out in the woods if they have that, they're like zombies, and it's like salivate like a mangy dog or rabbit dog. Yeah,
They just waste away.
it's nasty.
It's passed from one deer to the next.
Yep.
There's none in my area, or never has been, to my knowledge. So.
Yeah. I don't think they found it in my county either, but they're in
On
places.
that
in
blue
Texas.
tongue, I go to water, you'll find the dead ones laying around streams.
Laying in the ponds. Yeah.
Yep.
I really think up here in Pennsylvania they're issuing more and more licenses. I think they're trying to like thin out the herds. Like that's the only way that they have to actually help control the. It's not a virus.
Yeah,
virus.
that don't
I
work
think all
either.
your deer from Pennsylvania moved to Maryland myself.
You can't kill all the deer. It's impossible.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty around the Sandy Valley, Hillsborough region.
Well, around here, they'll have, instead of one doe, they'll have 2 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
What the
Yeah.
DNR was talking to us about.
Yeah, when
Wasn't
you
it
start
one
getting a
time
shortage of
Pennsylvania
deer,
and New Jersey used to be the highest roadkill in deer at one time?
I think Pennsylvania might have been in that.
Pennsylvania's
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
Back
A
when I
lot of
was
them come here and they
working
want
up
to hunt. They want to hunt. And I says, you can't hunt here. I said, you got a school on one side of us, so many 100 yards away. You got houses over this way. You got a church over this way. And you got houses over here. I said, we're surrounded. There's no.
Shoot them with a boat.
Yeah. No, I live not too far from Springfield, Missouri, and the city eventually decided, well, we need to have a doe hunt because there's so many people hitting does in the morning going to work.
Mm-hmm.
So they had drawings for tags for bow hunters to go into the city, and you could take a deer inside the city.
Yeah.
That's smart.
People don't deer hunt like they used to, though. When I was a kid, it used to be a big thing, but now it's just very few people hunt.
Mm-hmm.
So the deer is really taking off.
That high school I lived down the street from back there in Billings, there are 2 days you could tell. Well, one day it's deer season, opening day, and the other one was that it was opening day of duck season because all the boys were out of their trucks were not in the parking lot. The parking lot was empty. They're all out hunting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the same way with coon hunting, too.
Well-
Back when I was 17-year-old, everybody coon hunting.
Well,
A pelt then would bring $25, $30. Now you can't get $5 out of it,
well, I
That's
tell
the
you
reason
what.
why you run over with coons. They're everywhere.
I know Matt's going to back me up because I work around construction a lot. If you want to get a project finished, don't schedule it to be finished right after the start of deer season.
Oh yeah.
You're going to lose half your subcontractors.
There's no doubt.
Day. Sure.
I drive from Festus into the St. Louis city all the time, so I'm going with the flow into the city at 6 o'clock in the morning, and if I don't beat that crowd going in, it's you're just dealing with that many more idiots on the road as far as I'm concerned. So it's noticeable and palpable as soon as deer season opens up. There's just fewer work trucks to have to maneuver around, and
Yep.
guys are busy at that point for sure. Yeah, I never did get too much into deer hunting myself. We grew up with horses, so there was just a lot of similarities. I feel like, and it's I observe them. I just don't take them out, myself. But I'm of the feeling that there needs to be a harvest of some kind to thin out the herds as far as for their health and for our safety with driving.
Yeah.
A lot of
And
people.
I've grown softer over the years too. When I was younger, I was an archery hunter and I was into all that. Like when I was in high school, we used to get the first 2 days of deer season off. That was like a holiday, a school holiday actually. The first
that's the biggest shopping to have the deer widows go out to and it's big. It's it's second to Christmas shopping in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
The second biggest day of shopping in Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah, I've grown softer though. I hate to. Today was the first day of buck season, and we saw these deer. We were going over to do some shopping, and deer in the back of pickup trucks, and I was like feeling a little bit soft about it. You know, I don't have that killer instinct in me anymore. It must be old age or something, but I can identify with you, Matt. I mean, you got to do it, but I pheasant hunt now, and the only reason I do that is because I have a dog.
Okay, yeah. I saw that video. That was really cool. That's a magical thing to see a bird dog working.
I trained that dog, and he's not the best dog because I had to train myself how to train a dog. Yeah. So I'm sure if he had a professional trainer, he'd be a much better dog. But that is amazing going out there with a dog that you've trained yourself and just watching him do his stuff. And
oh man, you talk about an animal putting their absolute all into
right.
I mean those little Brittany's or those little German short hairs, I mean, they're just amazing. Black labs, duck hunting, same thing.
Yep. I know.
Yeah. There's no more fun than either rabbit hunting with some beagles or get just a little old short haired dog out in the woods and let them tree a squirrel. That's a hell of a lot of fun.
Yep.
Y'all taking me back to the way I grew up.
Yeah, me too. I grew up on shotgun. That's how I bought my first pickup truck was with coon hides.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's cool. What? We were looking. My brother-in-law, he restores old cars, and he's got an old Ford truck. I done forgot it was like a 63 or something like that. He remodeled it as F100. And it had the gun rack in the back. Mm-hmm. And my granddaughter was with her, and I said, "You see that? You know what that is?" And she said, "Yeah, that's a gun rack, isn't it?" And I said, "Yep." I said, "Every truck at school, the seniors or the high school kids drove to work in a truck and had those gun racks in there and had guns in there with ammo at school."
Right.
And
it wasn't they knew how to use it too.
Yep. Yeah.
And they had sense back then too.
We all had a pocket knife in our pocket too.
Yeah. And there was one of our ministers. He's like 2 years younger than me. He told the story. He had the same teacher I had. His first shotgun he bought was at school in the classroom. The teacher brought it and sold it to him. He said he's wanting to get him a gun to hunt with. And the teacher said, "I got one you need." And they brought it to class and showed it to him. He said, "I'll take it." Sold it to him for $100 back then.
Wow.
Yeah, I traded many of them in high school.
Yeah. That was like bringing marbles to school.
Yeah.
The interesting is even back then, guns weren't killing people. People were doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not guns weren't to blame then, and I don't know if they're to blame now. It's the people factor that's getting faulty, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a gun never did kill nobody.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a gun.
Yeah.
Even though I did shoot a hole in the floor one time in the living room floor.
I remember that story.
Yeah, it was an old muzzleloader shotgun.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I blowed a hole that big in the living room floor, and my wife had a stroke.
I know there wasn't a bird feeder on my house growing up that my mom had that didn't have a couple BB holes through it. I'm guilty as charged for that.
Yeah.
Funny story. One of the ag teachers here at the high school I live right down the street from. My youngest daughter was in FFA, and one of the ag teachers that all the kids loved He would hunt all the time. If he wasn't working, he was hunting. And so one day she goes to school and she comes back home from school and she starts telling me the story. One of the teachers asked her to go into the walk-in freezer that they had in the hallway under one of the barns and get something out of there. And she opened the door and there was a bear hanging in it. And that teacher had skinned that bear and hung it in the walk-in freezer to keep it occupied while he was at work. I guess he shot it the night before or something and was up all night, processing it and hung it up in there. So he was a legend. He definitely he took full advantage of whatever he had. It was crazy.
Boy, this bee conversation, Joey, you notice how you bring all these guys in here and they now we're all turned us all into deer hunters or bear hunters or killers.
Yeah.
All
I never
killers.
bear hunted, but I was a deer hunter by heart. Man, I used to get up 4 o'clock in the morning, meet everybody out there around the fire and mark off your territory before you let the dogs out.
I used to hunt them too, every state in the union just about, but I've quit anymore. I don't kill nothing but time.
And fish.
I don't hunt any place but a set place to sit down. That's what I tell people.
I think that comes with age. I really do. You slow
I
down.
wouldn't know. I'm not there yet.
Hey, Philip.
Hey,
Hey, I was just going to tell you those, because you've been talking about a heated honey bottling tank.
Yeah.
So like that one right behind me, that's like that 7-gallon Hilco.
oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a really nice tank. I only have one issue with it, that when that thermostat closes, you can always hear that relay kicking on and off. I don't know if you can hear it now, but I can hear it. It's kind of annoying, but if you can go down there to Nobby and get a good deal on that, I'd suggest it. I mean, because my plan is like to pick up several smaller ones rather than having a larger one, but I do like it. So just throwing in my input there.
Okay, good. So you can unplug. You can just turn it off and not listen to that relay, right?
Yeah, I can
Leave
do
it
that.
running all the time.
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
it take a long time to heat up?
No, not at all. I had it full of honey several times, and it might take, well, this was during the summer too, but it might take maybe like not even 3 or 4 hours to get up to temperature. If I want to raise it up to 95 or so for bottling, it doesn't take any time at all.
Okay, that's cool.
But I think they're offering that. Somebody said they're under $600 down there at Nobby. That's why I brought that up, because it might be something to consider.
Yeah, that's under 600. Yeah, $5.99. Okay.
$5.99. That's not bad.
Yeah, I need a good. I was kind of resigned to not going, but then Joey had to go post that video, made me want to go again.
I didn't know you wouldn't go.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There were some good looking people on that thing. I don't know if you all noticed.
I did see one
There
real
was.
good looking fella.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it was a pretty decent video.
I saw
So-
that good looking man. That was
Coming to my
Jimmy, right?
party?
What's that?
You coming to my party?
Well, are you talking about no, I won't get there that early.
You're not going to get there on the first.
I'd be coming up the first morning it opens, probably.
That'd be Thursday.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Second, yeah. I don't blame you. There's nobody going to be there.
No, I'd love to go. I really would, but
I thought you were going, Philip. That's why I brought that up. I thought you were headed.
well, I had been planning on going, but just I'd been putting it off, and I hadn't
we were
bought my
trying to figure out where we
ticket.
ate. Philip, me, you, and Brian.
Yeah,
That was
chicken.
the Eagle. We went to
Oh,
the
okay.
Eagle.
All right.
I was looking for some pictures because I couldn't find all my pictures of Navi, and I was looking at text from back in January, and I saw where you had text that we're going to the Eagle, and that's where we met. That's where we went and met up with Brian to go eat that chicken that night.
Yeah, Brian and some other people from
I
his
think
area.
it was last week we were trying to figure out where we were going.
You say the
Now we got-
Eagles?
Eagle,
The Eagle.
the Eagle.
The bar, the little.
It's a
Little
nice
restaurant.
place. Nice place. Had some good food.
Are you going, Matt?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we have our tickets over. I
Are
got
you going to get there on the 1st?
Yeah, so I got those tickets over to Tom and Melissa. Just about, we were probably the first couple of people on that list.
On
as
the
far as
on
I
the
know.
dinner?
We jumped
Yeah,
right.
the thing.
JW is
That's
not
gonna be-
invited.
Be a big thing for me is to be able to meet all you guys.
That's cool.
Well, you won't meet JW there.
Try it. I might go when I'm.
Yeah, I'm, we got that going. And then the next night is that,
The meat
Brews
tasting.
yeah, meat tasting. I just got my ticket for that tonight. And then Friday night is Hive Life for Heroes. It's going to be at the VFW. I got my
Okay.
tickets for that. They're going to have bluegrass music in there, and I'll be clogging and everything else. I'll have a good
Nice.
time there that night.
That's awesome.
Charlie gonna be
Um,
rocking it.
I'm gonna have a good. When I see it, and I checked the band out, and the band's a pretty good band. I'm not sure if it's got a fiddler, but it looks good enough for me.
I might have to go now just to witness that.
Bring your
Charlie,
phone,
I'd
Charlie,
I
put it
would
in
like
there.
some Mexican
Darren, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. The whole thing doesn't, like Philip was saying, that video of Joey was just kind of like a teaser. That to me seemed like a good time anyway. But then you get to see a lot of it, and it's like, yeah, I can see why.
Yeah.
I didn't go. I only went to like two talks, maybe 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
I walked around talking to people
Yep.
the whole week, all
Yeah.
3 days.
Yeah, Nancy asked about the Hillbilly Show. Nancy, it's the Eyes for Heroes. It's on the Nobby Facebook page. It's $22 a head, includes food, and they got a bluegrass band there, a live band.
Yeah, that's a real good deal.
A death metal band playing that night? No. They got banjo and fiddle, and they got the guitar and bass and all that. It looks pretty good. I checked them out.
Charlie, what do you play instruments, Charlie? You play banjo?
Yeah, I played a banjo and the guitar.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Or I did. I'll say that much. I used to be halfway decent. I've been in bluegrass ever since I was 14 and all that.
Charlie cut a rug too.
I like to dance, and
I saw that.
and I tried to play in a band or two, but I got friends of mine that play music and stuff, all over the country, really.
Hmm.
I found that a musician, if you're a true musician, you have great rhythm for playing music, but they can't dance, and they don't really like to dance per se. And they enjoy playing music, and they'll travel a couple 100 miles just for a jam session if it's a good one. And all that, where I like actually to get out on the floor and just have a dance. If I tried to play music back when the cloggers and stuff were here around where I live, and I should have flip-flopped it. I should have went and tried to, audition for the cloggers and get into that performance, but maybe I'd have bad knees by now.
I've got a cousin that's a good fiddle player. He has had all kind of people in different groups and bands try to hire him. And he said, nope. He said, I don't want to tie myself down. He said, I'll go play for you like one night here, one night there. That's all he wants to do. He's just go make him a little money. He don't want to get tied down to a tour.
Yeah.
One
Ryan,
time he decided that he would go. He played for 1 year. Freddie Fender kept begging him to go with him. And he said, I'll give you a year. He said, that's it. So they toured for a year. And when that year was up, he went back to electrical work. He was an electrician by trade. But he can play that fiddle as good as anybody I know.
What's his name?
Mike Pace.
Hayes.
Mike Pace. He lives in
Pace.
Birmingham, Alabama now.
Mm-hmm.
But he plays up. He's got some property up in Tennessee, and he plays up that way all the time.
Yeah, it's like my friend. He's
What do you want?
plays bluegrass. He played out there next to Brian's this summer up in the mountains up there in the ski lodge area, and you know, and they fly here and they go out west out in Washington State, and that's what he does for a living, you know. But you're not really making. Yeah, I did. I was a booking agent for about 4 or 5 years for a gospel band, and they recorded with Ricky Skaggs and on one of the albums that they did. And they used to hobnob with Alison Krause's band, and the banjo player they call it pitching songs, where he would write songs and then that Forbes family would record them, and out of their record, then he would say, "Here, listen to this band," you know. And he had a couple different country bands take some of their songs and re-record them and stuff like that.
Yeah. I had another cousin that was real good. He had a good voice. He could sing real good. He played the guitar real good. And he had a lot of people try to get him to travel with them too. And he even had big names to go with him as like a backup singer and play. And he wouldn't go. He loved that small town weekend thing. That's what he lived for. They offered him all kind of money. He said, "Nope, don't want it, don't need it." And
in bluegrass, there just isn't any money in it.
Yeah,
not like country. And I like my friend Danny. He plays, and he's plays nationally. And to be quite honest with you, he don't even own the roof over his head. To be honest with you, and he's 3-time IBM Male Vocalist of the Year, and and it's just the way it is. It's just like Cayman. Cayman plays, and Cayman was in a band. He said he'll make hundreds of dollars, and that's about what it amounts to. You make hundreds of dollars. You don't make thousands or 10,000s of dollars. Mm-hmm. And it's just the way it is. And all.
Sounds like beekeeping.
Matt, you can make some money with beekeeping.
No, I know. I'm just being facetious. You can
spend some money too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it takes a lot of money to get up and running, but once you get, let's say, beyond 10 hives, even with 10 hives, you can make a nice little sideline money.
Yeah, I agree.
And that kind of thing.
Like kind of selling it to my wife, or with the time and the money and the effort going into it, I just letting her know that this is one hobby that will be able to pay me back something, versus just going fly fishing or
No, I mean, that's the one thing I found with beekeeping is you can make it might take you 5 years to kind of get to that point, like any business.
Mm-hmm.
Is that once you kind of get your market established with your honey or your nukes, people say what about advertising? I said, let me tell you something. You sell nukes and the word gets out that you got nukes, you don't have to advertise.
Mm-hmm.
The phone's going to ring all, you're going to get text and whatever.
Yep.
And if you sell queens, same thing. You can't supply them all. And all that. So it's what
I'm making a little bit, get a taste of some of that honey money, then that even gives you more incentive to, increase your apiary, the size of your apiary, and learn as much as you can about those bees.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Philip there, he does markets on the, and like Brian Flower Street there does 2 or 3 markets a weekend. And you can do quite well. I know Nancy on here, she does markets. She's doing a couple markets this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't do markets. They all come to my business. And that's one thing my advantage is I live on a main highway and I have, you might say, a storefront, and I've got enough, they're coming in all the time buying honey.
Yeah.
So, but you can make money.
Mhm.
You're not going to make unless you get super big, you're not going to make a living at it, but it's what do they call it? A side hustle
Mhm.
these days. It's a pretty good side hustle.
Yeah.
As long as you don't mind working for $1 an hour, you'll make some money.
Well, you say that, but the fact of the matter is, if you're a farmer like JW there and like myself, where we're out here baling hay, or if he's raising cattle, and you don't go by the hour, you don't get paid by the hour. You whatever money you got, profit margin you got at the end of the year, that's what you get, and then you divide that out by the hours. If you want to do it that way, you just say, well, I made this amount of money. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But if people say, well, they always talk to me, well, it's a lot of work. And I says, well, what ain't a lot of work?
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of
Even
work.
in the wintertime, it just never goes. It seems like it never goes away, though. Like,
Don't you work 40 hours a week at some job?
I do, and then I work another 20 hours a week at honey. You know what I mean? Like, I would like to take a break from it once in a
You
while.
can either do 20 hours or on a boat fishing or hunting out in the darn deer stand, which you ain't going to catch me out there freezing my butt off. And fishing is boring as all get out as far as I'm concerned. And then you got
don't know how to fish.
and then you got a boat, and then for every hour in the boat on the water, I think it's 3 hours of maintenance. Is what somebody told me one time. They're on there in the summertime scraping the bottom with the barnacles, and then you got to repaint it and all this stuff. And it's just whatever you make of it. To me, my bees, I like my bees. Yes, I do get tired of walking, and my hips get to hurting occasionally, and things like that. But I still enjoy my bees.
JW, you're supposed to back me up on this. And Charlie said fishing's boring. I said, that's because you don't know how to fish. You were supposed to back me up on that, right? I mean, if you know how to fish, you catch a fish, and fishing's not boring.
Talking about fishing, we used to buy bait to catch fish, to be bait to catch fish.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we stayed busy all the time. We were actually buying crickets or worms to catch little brim or whatever we could catch, to put on the hook to catch bigger catfish.
Yep.
All the time.
Yeah, but Tom, unemployment is not hard. Well, it gets boring after a while.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say.
You know what's really interesting about beekeeping and like these chats and all that we do is like watching everybody, how like they grow, and like watching like Brian, and then watching like Carl, and how like they've like grown, and Russell Koopman, and a lot of us are like doing a lot of that stuff now, but just seeing the growth, and you can see like when people like really put an effort into it, it's just interesting to see the way people grow and like what they can turn this into. It really is. That's what I love about this.
Yeah.
These bees,
Yeah. Darren, I think I've been trying to kind of come up with what is so neat about these bees. Like, what do I find so fascinating with these bees that I could dive in this hard and just not get bored with it? Like, I'll get up in the morning, and with my coffee, I'll open up YouTube and see what's come on overnight. It's just like I cannot see a limit to where I would get sick and tired of these bugs in a box, as Greg Burns calls them. And it just seems like it's just an endless adventure, kind of like a science experiment that's never going to end.
It's like I tell people in the clubs, I said, beekeeping is a science experiment that never quits.
Yeah, it's just going to.
And you might think you got it down pat, and the bees will change the rules on you.
Yep.
And you got to rethink and relearn the whole shebang.
Yep. And I almost feel like they kind of make us more of the individual that we already are, in a sense, like almost in a way like money doesn't make you a different person. It might just get you more toys and make you're still the same person. You just have the ability to do other things with it for fun or what have you. And it seems like the bees are just an excellent way for all of us to be able to take a step away from life and the craziness and chaoticness of life and all of that.
Well, it's like all these chats. I mean, here we all are. We've never really met each other in person, except for, you know, a few of the folks here tonight for me at Nobby and stuff. And it's a community. It's our club, you might say, of YouTube, No Life Beekeepers YouTube club. And we all kind of do our own separate thing, but we also are able to help each other and kind of have the same basic concept and ideas about everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess like everything else, you do get tired. I mean, I've been up to 100, about 44 hives at one time, and now I'm down around 24, which for me right now, it's like, you know, I've changed my business model where I was selling nukes and selling honey. Now I'm going back to where I'm just going to sell honey because honey sales are up, and I want to get into going back and making queens. And and I find making queens, number one, it's only a 3-month season, but you got that fascination thing about, hey, look what I made. Look what I made.
Yep.
You know what Mark's got there.
What's that? Wax moth?
That's brand new wax foundation that was in my shop.
You didn't give them enough of the good stuff, so they went after it.
That's just foundations. All it is.
Yeah,
Never even been put in a hive.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Look, it's got wax moth on it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
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 I thought.
Yep.
It had a layer of wax on it, was all.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that they won't get on it unless it's got pollen, because that's a bunch of bull.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
That's weird, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to agree with what Matt said, except in July and August in Texas, beekeeping sucks.
Oh yeah.
I mean, sucks.
It's that way in St. Louis too. Probably not as hot as Texas, but there's
July and August.
That's a good analogy right there.
I want to quit.
I'll go through 4 shirts. I mean, it just drenched with sweat, and just have to change it before I can even get in the truck. You know, I mean, it's just almost miserable. But that's, you know, kind of St. Louis in the summertime, high humidity.
Richard said managing a superorganism is like playing a game of chess. When I was reading that, it was like I was seeing a pinball game in my mind. I said, well, it worked the first time.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But I don't know. Like you say, you get in your hives and you get in your zen, as I call it, where you hyper focus what you're looking at in the hive.
Yep.
And I had one guy where I was at the end of the barn now, the barn's 80 feet long. And he says, you know, he see me a day or so later. He said, I yelled at you. And I says, when? You know, and it's like, well, you were out there. Yeah, I remember that. And he said, well, I was at the thing yelling at you, trying to get your attention because he wasn't coming close, you know, because the bees were up in the air. And but you get into that hyper focus, you tune out the world.
Yeah.
And it's you and the bees, and you're hyper, you know.
Yeah, I think this day and age, just with society in general, and our phones are always ringing or what have you, we're constantly always being distracted somehow electronically, it seems like, for the most part.
Well, when I get in my bee suit, I've learned every time I'd get my bee suit zipped up, the phone would start ringing or text. So the phone gets thrown in the pickup truck, and it stays there until I'm done.
Yeah, that's been one of the magics for me, is that, you know, it's just me and the bees, you know, at that point in time. And I generally don't feel like I live too much of a stressful life, but it's sure been a stress reliever, you know, for sure.
Every time I get mine zipped up, Charlie, I forgot something. I had to come back up to the house to get it.
Yeah,
been there, done that.
Yeah, I get in that way too. You get out there and you're getting ready to do all these certain things, and you get out there. Well, where the hell's the smoker at? You know, you know.
Well, what really sucks is when you got to drive 20 minutes back to your
Luckily, I don't have to do that.
Yeah, when you have an
Luckily, I
out yard,
don't-
you spend a lot more time preparing.
Well,
What really, really sucks, fellas,
I'll-
is when you get in the middle of a beehive and you're got bees flying every place, you get this unstoppable urge to take a pee. That's what's really bad.
You need to be more serious, JW, like the football players, and just let it fly right there.
I knew a couple older fly fishermen who liked to drink a lot of beer while they were out in the middle of the stream, and let's just say they call that a Mississippi leghound. They would.
Mhm. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, hey, if you're into scuba diving,
Yeah.
and you rent those wetsuits, you got two kinds of divers. You got ones that'll pee in their wetsuit and ones that'll lie about it.
Right.
That's all you got.
That's funny.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. I got my headphones
Brian.
on tonight, so I wasn't sure. Hey, Matt, good to see you, man.
You too.
Been
You
really
sound good
enjoying you
on.
coming on. Good.
Yeah.
Was that your nephew or something that kicked that field goal for Michigan to beat Ohio State or whatever it was? Last
Why,
name
that
was
was really?
yeah.
No, I'll have to take a look at it. It's not a common name either, so
No.
if it's a relative, I don't know him. Yeah, I don't have a very large family. My dad has one sister, and they had one kid, and he has since passed. So I'm the last Zavada down my line, except for my kids, I guess. But no, I'll have to take a look at it. I saw the chaos in the college football ensuing.
Yeah, it was crazy after the game.
Yeah. So I wanted to say, JW, I'd love for you to go to NABI this year. I didn't get to meet. I guess I didn't know you at all last year at NABI, and I didn't even know you were there until I saw
didn't know.
Joey's video,
Yeah, me too.
and there he is with JW in one of the pictures, and I was like, ah.
I didn't know Tom and Melissa last year either.
yeah, and they
I
were
didn't-
they were at
Appreciate
they were at the dinner that I was at. You know, they were at one end
Huh.
of the tables, and I was at the other end. And
That's funny.
we didn't, you know, they didn't come down our way because they didn't know like us, you know, as these chats and everything at the time.
I had heard about Tom and Melissa because they were the ones that bought Ricky Rourke's Long Lang with the with that really cool electric. I don't know what to call
Oh,
it.
really?
Electric, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
You know, I didn't even have a picture of them.
That's
You know,
a-
he still hasn't. They had still hadn't put bees in that thing.
Oh, that's a crime. That's a beautiful
I'm gonna
hive,
talk
man.
about
That
it.
is amazing.
That
In
thing
front
was
of their
amazing.
back, in front of their face. They're probably watching them. I think that's-
Yeah, hey, I wanted to say really quick. The other night, Roy, I apologize. I blocked you or something in the chats. I did this to Russell Koopman like a month ago too. Half the time I'm like working, I'm on my phone, and then I'll pick up my phone and realize I did something like stupid like that. So Roy, I apologize. That was not intentional. And same thing, Russell, not intentional. I was just working and
I've done that myself.
pushing stuff. Yeah. So I apologize if that happened. And you felt like it was something intentional. It was super accidental. All of us really good at technology skills.
Well, all I can tell you guys, you're taking this bee stuff too serious. I've been at it a year or two, and it just what happens, you know.
Mhm.
You just
Oh,
gotta-
I got a care package today. Let me grab the stuff. I'll share it with you guys. So I got a package from Carl. I sent Carl a package. He sent me a package. I haven't tried any of it yet, but I got 2 different hot honeys from Carl. Thank you. Thank you, Joey. This one is hot honey that's smoked peppers.
Is that 2B Brats?
Yeah, this is Carl's. So nice label, nice packaging. I'll tell you this, it's super easy. I looked at the box and all that was in it shipping plastic is 1,000 times easier than shipping glass. And all of this is plastic. Here's his regular hot honey. So same thing, but just different sticker on top.
Have you tried it yet, Brian? Is it hot?
No, I haven't tried any of them. I'll probably do a video and just do the whole thing. I haven't tried any of this. Here's his lemon creamed honey.
That's lemon.
Yeah. And then he's got, again, the sticker on top.
That's plastic too?
Yes, sir. Yep. Huh. So I never saw plastic ones like this. I assumed pulling it out, it was glass, but no.
You got the peanut butter. I requested the peanut butter, but I got cinnamon.
Yeah, I got peanut butter.
Yep. And again, sticker on top with the peanut allergy. That's smart. And then this one, hot honey beef jerky.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. Nice. So Carl, if you're watching, thank you very much. Can't wait to try them all. And then my plan is I'm going to take up Tom and Melissa on.
Roy has a rebuttal.
Roy, are you going to Nabby? I'll bring you one. And if not, send me your email. I'll send you one. I'm happy to share. I love this kind of stuff.
Block me right now, Brian. I want some cream honey.
Yeah, block me too.
So my plan is to bring 8-ounce jars to Nabby, and I'm going to bring like various creamed honeys, mostly probably plain, but honestly, what I have left of the flavors after our December markets, and then everything will be creamed on top of that. But I'm going to bring 8-ounce jars. I'm actually going to take Tom and Melissa up on their offer. I'm going to ship my stuff out to them so they can bring it to Nabby, because we're flying there and then driving a rental back. So anyone that wants to trade honeys, I'll have them at that Wednesday night dinner. That'll be a really easy place to trade honeys. Like last year, we were just bringing our honeys around in backpacks and trading with each other when we would see each other. And that was fun, but it became a pain to be able to carry stuff around or walk back to your car to drop stuff off. So
yeah, that was
my plan.
I was I had all that weight in my darn shoulder thing I had.
You know, if a guy owned a fleet of shopping carts, it'd be nice to go rent them out over there for that.
Well, there's a local club down there that you can leave your honey there and they'll exchange it out and do the trading for you, and then you can pick up the other people's. But there's their.
Yeah, but that's not our.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think that's a really cool service, JW, but I love being able to be like, this is Charlie's honey, and he's in Maryland, and his main, because we get a chance to talk to him. What is this, Charlie? What kind of honey is this? Where does, so it is cool to get the random stuff, but I kind of prefer to get all y'all's honey.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, you'll get what Brian brings after Tom picks through it.
Well, I'll make sure I send them extra that they can take before they leave, so they feel well. And I sent them stuff recently too.
Yeah, when I had my mom here and I would make her breakfast, I would pick out which honey I was going to serve her, and then I would play the video of the person that we were eating the honey of, and say, "Yeah, we're eating this guy's honey right now." And that was a heck of a lot of fun.
How's your mom doing, Philip?
She's doing good. She's got that dementia, so we've got her on 24-hour care now, so she's got somebody that stays with her all the time.
Yeah,
that's been it's expensive, but it's been a relief. So keeps us from having to put her in a home.
I tell you, folks, you all have talked about how you've gotten to meet each other and how beneficial it's been to you as a beekeeper. And man, if you get a chance, go visit people and where they actually live, because you've been in Mark's shed back there that he's sitting in this little square 100,000 times, but it's nothing like going there and actually seeing it and really seeing what's in there and how he works, and then seeing the big field that he has behind it with all of his beehives. And I mean, you hear the stories of what it's like, and even you watched him walking out on some of those Friday nights where he was doing his queen rearing. There is nothing like understanding what someone's set up, and even getting to meet someone face to face, right? There's nothing like it. And you think we're friends like this? I think my friendship with Mark and Philip, became more solid just because I went and met with them face to face and shook their hand and had a meal with them. If you ever get a chance, definitely go and visit other beekeepers, other friends that you've gotten to meet.
And change the tire. Well, I went to see JW, but
Yeah.
somebody spooked me and I just grabbed the money and kicked the table over. And
That's what happened. There he is.
You might be like me, Brian. I never made the second annual anything. I never did ever get invited back for the second one.
Oh, we'd love to have you. So you're not going this year?
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Oh, awesome.
I'm just not coming on New Year's Day Eve when you're having
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
It's
now.
tough scheduling. It's just a tough schedule.
It's not that. I just don't want 3 or 4 days of it.
Well, Todd, I'll
Sure.
see you in Missouri. Not Missouri, in what is it, Mississippi?
Oh, Missouri, isn't it?
Is it Missouri?
Yeah.
Is it
Oh, wait a
Missouri?
minute,
Okay,
St.
yeah,
Louis.
Missouri.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Tom and Melissa's?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Missouri.
Yeah.
I'll be there too. That'll
Yeah.
be fun.
I don't know if I'm going. I'm throwing the idea around. I'd like to go out there, but
Yeah, you should come, Darren. It's gonna be a great time.
yeah, it sounds interesting.
I may come to that one.
Yeah.
We'll have like a no lifers table.
Yeah.
We'll make you feel at home.
You
Mark.
know, it's just a 1-day deal. They have a pretty
Hey,
nice
Aaron, you gonna drive out?
credit.
I'd have to, Charlie, if I want to get my creamer.
Well, I was going to say that, but I'll take that back because I see they're watching. I just see he just posted here.
Yeah.
I think, what is it? February?
Yeah.
February.
February the 8th.
Yeah, 8th and 9th or just,
It's about a month after Nobby then.
you know.
Yeah, Tom's getting a real good vendor selection to come too. I mean, it sounds top notch to me.
Well, heck, he's a all he does is politic.
Maybe JW and me and you can make a deal, or if I go out there and buy stuff from the vendors, you can drive it out to me. Because I won't be able to take it back on the plane.
I'll do that. It's no big deal.
Then JW, you could bring mine up to Pennsylvania for me on your way home.
That's fine too. I'll do it all. I'm easy.
JW is going to email you your stuff. That's what he's going to do. Just email it to me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even do honeybees except I love to get stung. The rest of it I hate. I just like the stinging part of it.
Well, that's
You guys,
okay.
I'm guessing Melissa has this answer. Maybe she can put it in the chat. Are there tickets left for the Wednesday No Life dinner? I think last night you guys said there were 11 left. I'm just wondering if there are any left now. And then how many are left for your and I know it's not your conference, but you are part of the planning committee in the conference. How much is left for that conference? How many of the tickets?
See, JW's got a jet. You just have to fly it over here, JW. That's it.
Drop it on the way over.
So last year I went to Nabby, and then I drove down to New Orleans and I did ABF. And I'm talking to this guy at ABF, and I'm like, yeah, I've been doing this kind of like beekeeping conference tour. It's nice. This time of the year, I don't have much work to do. It's like, what do you do for a living? And I look at him, I go, I'm a beekeeper. And he's like, oh.
Are you going to ABF in Reno this year?
No.
I thought that I thought you were representing.
Well, that was going to happen, Charlie. Basically, what happened was nobody that could do it was stepping forward. This lady KT wanted to do it, but she couldn't get off of work. So finally, Kathy calls me and is like, "Will you just go? No one else can do it." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." 2 days later, KT's like, "Oh, I got off work. I can go." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Sure, go for it. That's fine." The way I look at it is, I think I'll have more fun at the Missouri conference than ABF.
For what you
It's a little-
described from last year,
Yeah,
pretty-
and it's a little bit more spaced out, so it wouldn't be like coming home from NABI and then leaving a day later to go to ABF. There's like a month in between. And that way, this way too, I think I'm either gonna fly to St. Louis and drive back, or drive both ways, because I'm picking up a bunch of nukes from them. Nuke boxes, not nukes with bees. But I figure anything I don't get, any like regret I have from things I didn't get at NABI, I could probably still figure out how to buy for the most part at their conference, because there's a lot of great vendors going there too.
Well, I guess they'll have the nukes. I don't know. I haven't talked to Tom. That guy that makes those right out here by me, Brian.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've been over there twice. I haven't. See, he does pollinations in almonds. Well, he goes all over. I call him Wormy. But anyway, I've tried to get a hold of him a couple of times for Tom, and Tom says he hadn't returned his call, so I don't know. He is a busy man, but we'll see how it works out. Hopefully, we can come up with them pro nukes for you guys if you want to.
Yeah. And if not, I could still figure out how to get them other places, so no worries. But yeah. And I know that guy's a super smart guy. He's written articles for American Bee Journal. Isn't he like the vice president of ABF now?
Yeah, he's a big wig in ABF. I don't know just what it is, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. And he's a well-spoken man too. I think he was one of the guys who did maybe one of the opening talks last year at ABF.
Yeah, he
And,
does.
you know, you can tell when people really know what they're talking about, and they're very articulate and comfortable talking, and that was definitely him. He was an impressive guy.
Well, he's an educated man. He's a mechanical engineer. He was a combine engineer for Case New Holland. Retired from that. Started.
Yeah.
keeping
So like
bees.
beekeeping's his second successful career.
Well, I guess.
So are you saying his first career wasn't successful?
I
Or?
don't know. I don't know that much
Okay.
about the man, honestly,
Okay.
Brian.
Okay.
I'm not saying
It just-
yay or nay.
Yeah, it just looks like he really knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Nancy wants to know more about the EMBA. I don't know, Melissa, Tom, can you drop a link, I guess, for that information? Oh, there it is. It's already.
So I know Bob Binney is one of the speakers. He's also doing like an informal talk at the dinner the night before. Natalie, Beekeeping with Natalie Summers is a speaker. Corey Stevens is a speaker. They have two different tracks. One's like a beginning beekeeper track. The other is an advanced beekeeper track. They have a really solid vendor. I don't know how to call it. I don't know if it's a hall.
Lineup.
Yeah, lineup. Thank you, Charlie. A lot of great vendors coming for a small conference. Like I think last year they had like 200, 250 tickets that they sold for it. For a conference that small, the vendor lineup that they're talking about is pretty darn impressive. And you know Tom and Melissa, they don't do anything halfway, right?
Yeah,
They
I mean,
go all on, and you know them. All that politic, and I know JW, you're just busting chops, but that politicking pays off, you know.
I'll tell you, the vendor list like Hilco's there and Gold Honey vendors, I think is there.
Golden Bee. Well, Blue
Golden
Ridge will
Bee.
be, Blue Ridge will be there since Bob's going. So there's some pretty good vendors.
So you got a great bunch of vendors there compared to EAS was here in Baltimore this past summer. And it was a little in the nothing, even though they had 600 people go to that overpriced thing.
Let me out. Can you let me out,
They
Joey?
Hey,
Well, how many people we get in here?
10.
And look, no one's from Canada tonight.
that's true.
This is maxed out.
She's got her St. Louis Blues deal on. Do you play for the Blues, do you?
You know it.
She drives the Zamboni.
Yep.
All right, so give us the info, Melissa.
So the speakers and the vendors are. I just turned those off. What are you turning? So for speakers, well, let's start with the workshop is actually on Saturday, but it's a whole event. Like on Thursday, we always do a banquet dinner. And anybody's invited to that. You do have to buy tickets. I think they're like $48. You can get those on our website. And then Bob Benny will be speaking at that. And then that day, though, we are hosting the American Honey Show Training Council. They'll do a honey judge training class. And that's also a separate expense. The EMBA doesn't get quit. The charge for the EMBA class is just for the training council. Doesn't have anything to do with the EMBA. We don't get any money for that. We just provide the space for them to do the class. So there's that happening on Thursday, then the dinner. The vendors will be setting up that's all on Friday. The vendors will be setting up early on Friday, and a couple of them asked if we could open the vendor hall early on that Friday for the people that are coming to the banquet, or people that are dropping off entries to the honey show, or people that are attending the training council. So I think we're going to try to open the vendor hall at 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon. And then on Saturday, the workshop itself will begin at 8. And we have Bob Benny, Earl Hoffman, Corey Stevens, Natalie Summers,
Jim Masucci.
and Jim Masucci will be speaking.
Most of y'all probably haven't listened to Jim Masucci, but I'll tell you what, after you do, he's going to be one of your biggest fans. I can tell you that.
What's he talking about?
As well as the honey show. We'll have the honey show. What's Jim talking about?
Jim is talking about, him and I came up with a clever name for his talk. It's nukes, building nukes and resource hives, but basically in the gist is kind of what it was. But Jim Masucci is a pretty awesome fellow. He's been researching here through Monsanto Bayer for like 20 years on Varroa. So he's a pretty smart guy. But he has practical information. It isn't like he's speaking in all scientific terms. It's all practical information.
One thing about Jim also, he's a local guy to St. Louis, and he spoke on Varroa last year at our workshop, and he was the speaker that had the highest comments out of all of our feedback surveys.
Does he have a business, or is he like on social media at all?
Yes, he does. He has a business. You can look him up.
JDMBs.
JDMBs.
Okay.
And he's written articles for like the ABJ and stuff like that too.
Yeah, he has articles in ABJ and such.
Cool.
But yeah, so it's gonna be a busy 2 days, but it's gonna be a good time. And the event center is attached to a Holiday Inn that's been completely renovated in the last year. If you go to the easternmobeekeepers.com website, there's a link. There's rooms blocked off for a discounted rate, for the workshop.
So on the vendors too, something else worth pointing out too is like every time Melissa and I have been to like a real small little workshop where you might have, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 vendors, and they're all selling the same repeat stuff, which is a lot of just, I don't know, I kind of call it trinket type stuff, nothing of real like substance. But Bob Benny's kind of going to be coming out and bringing his whole setup, and I'm giving him a room that's like 27 by 33,
650 square feet.
and then also John Hill gets the same size room. I have Golden Bee, who's a local to Middle Missouri. He sells a lot of beekeeping equipment and boxes and such for a pretty phenomenal price, and frames too. I have Does anybody here know who Dan Long is with Easy Peasy? He makes the 3D printed queen cages and all that good fun.
Those are
jazz.
really cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are really cool.
I bought that stuff last year and love them.
Yeah.
They're probably my favorite cages in the system that it works with. They're pretty awesome. And then let's see, our local to our area, there's a lady named Jane. She owns a local beekeeping supply house, which is pretty phenomenal, actually. She'll be there. Nick, who owns Motherload, he'll actually be there with his products. We have a complete honey showroom. Matthew with Comfort Pro beekeeping suits, he will be there. Again, I mentioned Bob Benny with a large showroom. Hilco's got a very large showroom. Earl Hoffman with Strong Microbials will be there. Greg with Nature's Image Farm will be there with a fairly sizable booth too. I'm asking him to bring wax tip stuff. And then we have, again, I mentioned Golden Bee and Easy Peasy. And then also BL Plastics, who people may or may not have ordered from him before. He sells a lot of different bottles and such. And there's a new company that's actually going to be debuting at Nobby that has a whole complete new setup of the way you can, I think he gave me the gist of it. He couldn't give me any particular details without signing a non-disclosure agreement thing.
He's waiting for some patents to
Yeah,
come
his
back.
patents are finishing up proving, but he'll be debuting some new products at Nobby actually, and then he'll be also at our space as well.
You're
And
waiting to hear
then-
back from FMA and Highs for Heroes.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Hopefully, and it should be good because I put it on their calendar and briefly talked to Steve. But Highs for Heroes, I want them back again this year. And then I'm got my fingers crossed for APMA again. They should be there again. Artist should be there with APMA. At least he told me originally he was going to be there, and I haven't made good contact with him here lately, but him. So I think and then I think Natalie, beekeeping with Natalie, she'll have a small booth set up there. And I think potentially Corey Stevens with the Stevens Bee Co. will have a booth set up there too. So I don't remember how many that is, 16, 17 of them. So we're really trying to bring a lot of, in my opinion, high caliber, great vendors with equally as good speakers, talking about some great topics. And then also the Honey Show Training Council class and the Honey Show itself. We're going to have 20 different, Melissa's been working like nonstop on the Honey Show information. And really, it's one of these things where you almost have to sell it to the board first and figure out how you can make this cost effective because it's all about the dollar bill, you know? So she spent a lot of hours on getting this thing set up. So we will have the Honey Show Training Council class and then the whole Honey Show. We're going to have 20 different categories that you can exhibit to. So feel free, all you guys that could be coming in from out of town, bring your Honey Show stuff. Brian, all you guys. The only thing that you won't be allowed to enter into that we're only allowing Missouri residents.
No, that was the Illinois, only let Illinois residents. We're letting
So we changed
everybody do the black
Oh,
jar.
so when we went to Illinois, you could only enter the black jar if you were an Illinois resident, which I completely get it.
It was a
but-
state conference.
There was a state conference, but we actually said, hey, we want to rewrite the rules a little bit for ours. First, we were going to do Illinois and Missouri because we are the eastern side of Missouri State, so we thought it'd be fair to include Illinois residents in. But then we said, you know what, let's just open it up to everybody. So bring a black jar too. So I don't think all that information for the Honey Show has been posted yet, but I would imagine coming up this next week after the holiday weekend, you'll see all that stuff gets posted to the website, which Melissa dropped a link in there. So
Yeah, the lady who does all of our website stuff, she's out of town right now.
So Brian, you mentioned earlier how many tickets were left. We don't know how many tickets are left, but I can tell you that I have room for 400 attendees. And that means 200 on the beginner side and 200 on the experience side. So anybody that would be in this chat right here that I'm looking at
Oh, she did update it.
would be on the experience side. So I only have 200 available for the experience. Now you could get in, but you would be on the beginner side if all that sold out. So don't wait beyond December because I have the utmost confidence that I can sell this conference out. And I'd like to see any of you all from obviously in state and out of state. I'd like to see you guys there. I think you'll have a really good time. It's going to be, I think, more of an intimate setting, like a little miniature Navi. Obviously not in the same magnitude, of course, but there'll be equally as good content there. So I think everybody would really have a good time. And I'm trying to get these vendors to give some really solid donations. So right now I've got some pretty good stuff that we're going to be able to raffle off. So you can walk away with a complete beekeeping suit, an extractor, and then there's more stuff to come. So we're trying to bring our A game on this one again.
Janet does have the website updated, so all the Honey Show Training Council class information is on there, and the Honey Show rules are on there also. I just checked.
Melissa, where's the link for the rates?
Say that again.
Where's the link for the rates? You said it was on the website for the
So it's on the easternmobeekeepers.com webpage.
I'm looking at it right now. I just can't find it.
Okay, so
If you could do a shared screen.
I don't know if I can do that on my iPad though. I don't know if I can share screen. Let me
That's
see.
no big deal. I mean, we have time to figure it out, but
So if you go to the Eastern Mo Beekeepers webpage, scroll, there's the very first thing is the holiday party. If you scroll down just a little bit more, it says the 2025 Beekeeping Workshop and Honey Show.
okay.
Roy, this is in St. Louis, Missouri.
And then you hit the buy tickets and it'll show you the rates for
Oh, okay. I went the other way.
okay. So if you go to buy tickets, it'll show you all there's different-
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, cool.
Todd, be cautious when you're clicking, you'll see 2025 workshop beginners, and then you'll see the next column down is experience. So make sure that you click the right one.
And then the banquet is for the night before.
Yeah, Friday night before there'll be a banquet, and we're actually serving some pretty top-notch food. So the restaurant that's attached to this place is pretty phenomenal, and everybody in here knows that we're foodies. So
the menus.
I won't lie to you.
You might mention, Tom, with those guys that's from further distance that might fly into St. Louis. There's also a secondary airport to the St. Louis International that's what's that go by? Mid-America, doesn't it?
Oh, Mid-America, that's in Illinois. Yeah, just across the river.
It's just across. That's actually closer. Well, it might not be to Sunset Hills though.
It's not closer, but potentially it could be cheaper going into Mid-America. So if you look up Mid-America Airport or St. Louis International would be the main airport.
Yeah.
I don't know how far Mid-America would be from there, but I can tell you that St. Louis International would be probably about 20 minutes from there.
That'd be closer than Mid-America. I mean, as far as time-wise.
Yeah.
Handier.
Well, if somebody was shopping for price and didn't mind driving an extra probably 25 minutes beyond that, I'm just spitballing and saying it could be a 45-minute drive from Mid-America there. Maybe not quite that.
Yeah, I think it depends on what time, if there's traffic coming out of the city, but
Yeah.
the St. Louis airport's about 20-25 St. Louis.
Yeah, definitely.
So the honey, it's not a honey tasting class, right? Is it like
No,
a honey
it's a honey
judging?
to be a honey judge. Yes.
Okay.
Melissa and I took this when we were in Springfield, Illinois with JW. Well, JW didn't take it, but we were over there in his neck of the woods, Springfield, Illinois. That was back, JW, what was that, 3 weeks ago?
Something like that.
Ish,
Yeah.
I guess.
I forgot.
Yeah, he forgot. He slept since then. Roughly about 3 weeks ago. I took it with Melissa, and I probably am not going to go for the honey judge itself, but if I'm being honest, the class was very helpful. If you are interested in entering into honey shows, it offers a lot of very, very good insight and stuff that probably like more behind the scenes tips and tricks than you'll find.
That's what I was wondering, if taking that class would help you as like somebody who's going to enter their honey, like an entry.
100%, Darren. If you wanted to take that class just to kind of get the behind the scenes stuff, and I'll tell you what, Brut's English will offer you some of those fun little tips and tricks behind there that you won't find out, anywhere else. So I 100% agree that would up your game for entering into any of these honey shows.
And that's who's going to be teaching it is Brutz, Steve, and Pam Carter. So, you know, Brett and Steve are the highest up honey judges, or
Senior
you know,
judges.
senior judges, and Pam's also a senior judge. So they'll be the ones teaching the class.
You know, it'd be cool to alternate it like every other year if you have enough interest. 1 year a honey judge like training like you're doing this year. Next year do like have like a sommelier come in
Oh,
and
that's
do
a good
like
idea,
like
Brian.
Darren was talking about,
Yeah.
that honey tasting. Because it
Mhm.
might
Yeah.
be hard to get 25 people every year to do that
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
But if you alternate it, you'll
Yeah.
get those new people coming in and you'll build interest.
Mhm.
That's a good idea.
Well, we're always looking for new ideas to freshen things up when it comes to doing it. You know, we don't just want the same old boring stuff that we've done for, you know, the people that have been on the board for 100 years going, well, this is the way we've always done it. And like, we're going to do it different. You know, we want to mix it up a little bit and really try to, you know, make it an enjoyable event, not just, you know, the old traditional club where you got a bunch of old guys leaning on a coffee pot arguing about
Bless you.
silliness. You know, we want to really up the game the best that we can. So, yes, that too. So,
And
Dan,
Tom and
if you
Melissa-
were thinking about coming, I think you would really enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I agree. And Tom and Melissa, we solidified our summer meeting. It is the 14th, which is the Saturday. And we'll do like the 13th, which is the Friday before, like a meet and greet. And
Yeah.
I am free of driving responsibilities. So I am
All right.
happy to pal around with you guys if you get to come out.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, you know, and you know what? I said before we could ride with you, but there's nothing wrong with me renting a car either. And then we could all ride together and goof off. I mean, I don't mind your driving, Brian. I mean, Melissa may have something to say. You know, I like to live life a little bit on the edge, you know, so I'm cool.
Yeah, so our speaker for that day has requested their own rental car. So we don't need to worry about picking them up at the airport, driving around, all that kind of stuff.
Did you disclose who that guy is?
I'm not sure if it's disclosed formally or not. So
Okay, well, I'll
I'm gonna
keep my
hold.
mouth shut.
I'll hold off on that because I don't know,
Well, I really
but
want
it's
to
going to be a good one.
Yes. Yeah, so I
Well,
think
maybe.
that Melissa and I will figure out how to make that work because I would
Cool.
like to come back out to Colorado, and I'll probably make a little bit longer trip of it if I can, not just a couple days, maybe do a few days out there.
You bet.
I'd like to
Well,
hit some of those little small towns out there if we could, you know.
Absolutely. There's some fun mountain towns here in Colorado.
Oh, definitely. JW, what are you thinking? We could hit some of the highest peaks there, and we'll do some skiing, or what?
So wait, JW, you've got Colorado experience, haven't you? You've mentioned things about Colorado. I'm like, he's
Yeah.
been here. He's spent time. Tell us about your Colorado experiences.
I used to come out to skiing quite a lot. That's back in my younger days. That's expensive. You couldn't afford to ski out there anymore.
So you're an Illinois rancher coming out to Colorado to ski.
He's a Flatlander.
Been there, done that.
How
You
Where
don't
did you
know the
go?
whole- you don't know the whole story on my life, so I'm not a native Illinois.
okay. Well, I'm happy to listen.
I don't have time to tell it. Nobody cares.
Hey, I'll just say JW's an interesting fella. I hope that I get to do half the cool stuff that he has gotten to do himself, and fidget some of the adventures that he's gotten to do. So I have a lot of stuff to do to catch up with what he's accomplished in his life, which is pretty significant.
Don't get carried away with your diarrhea mouth now.
Hey, that's your story to tell. I'm just saying, I think that you've done well for yourself, and you've experienced a lot of things. That's all.
Well, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Will do.
So if anybody's interested in Golden Bee boxes, they're them. You can see the joints on them.
Hold up. Let me get you.
Small and mini.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, they're doing it.
They're stapled on the ends.
Yeah.
The joints there.
That kind of looks
Yeah.
like the Premier boxes. The way
Yeah,
they
it
do those
does.
joints.
Yeah, and here's
Not
the
best
foundation.
joint, yeah.
Um,
They
Even the
actually
handles
use
are the
Premier
same.
Foundation. if I
They're
remember
well
right.
built, and they're reasonable, very
Oh, yeah.
reasonable, and they're excellent people. Excellent.
Oh yeah.
Who's he talking
Yeah,
about?
that's very true.
Daniel.
I support them, and if you know, if you're interested in boxes, you couldn't support better people.
Yeah, that's true, Mark. I really like Daniel and his family. They're really, really hardworking individuals. They make a really great product. And he will, again, he's kind of like a John Hill. He'll bend over backwards to make things right, make things happen for you. But he's pretty top notch, like Mark said.
Mark, they make their own foundation too, don't they?
Yeah.
They just started that last year?
I think it was last year or this year. He just started making his own foundations.
Yeah, I got some this year, and it works good. And it's got a good wax on it. It works good.
I think there's a video on our YouTube channel of that. I can't remember if I put it on YouTube or just Facebook.
Yeah, I don't remember. There was a small one we did. He has all of his frames branded that he had given to us, and I told him I would do a short video on them showing that how well the bees draw them out. I have no problem in my 8-frame boxes. I barely even have to rotate anything around when those bees are building on them. They just have a really good coating of wax, and they're not using some cheap Chinese paraffin blended wax. It's a for sure true beeswax that they're using on there, because those bees have no issue drawing those out. I've never had those frames come apart, and they've worked really well for me. I probably have gotten easy over 2 pallets of frames from this guy. So we've run a lot of them.
Well, you've seen the inside of my truck the last pickup I made. I was sleeping with frames. Had hundreds in there.
Oh, yeah. That's the way you get them, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, I go through there every week. So.
Oh, wow.
That helps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be one of my larger purchases this year. Is probably about 100 deep boxes and the frames and go with it. So
I could probably help you out on getting some of them frames to you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's.
I pick them up on Thursday evening, come through Friday morning.
Oh, okay.
Mark, you drive through the St. Louis area?
Yeah, I leave Sedalia and I generally go to as far as I can make it, usually Boonville or somewhere along in there and lay down, and then get up Friday morning and come home. So I come right through St. Louis.
Oh, nice.
On Friday morning.
So I'm guessing you're taking 44 then, right?
No, 70. I come across 70 and then 64 to 70.
Okay. I got you. So you're heading north out of Sedalia, taking 70 in through St. Louis that way.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you'd take 50 all the way out and hit 44 and come up, but 70 is probably more appropriate for you driving the truck.
Right. 70 to 64 to 70 to 55.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, Matt, I could probably pick up. I wouldn't want to get no more than a couple of 100 frames at a time, because I put them in my back bunk.
Right.
Get a couple of 100 each week, drop them off for you on Friday. If I can meet up with you somewhere on Friday when I come through to save you a trip.
Oh yeah, I mean that's if we're able to work something out like that, that would be great. I'd be more than that's.
To save you a trip over there anyway. That's several hours.
Well, if you order quite a bit of stuff, Daniel will deliver them too. I've had them every load I've gotten besides one. Daniel's delivered out to me, but I make it worth the while when he's coming through. I give him a few week heads up on what I'm looking for, and then he'll usually drop them off too. So, like Matt, I told Daniel earlier, I want at least another pallet of frames. I won't need them until probably middle of April, but I told him I want another full pallet, and I may actually try out some of these. I have never run migratory covers, but he has some of these building that have, besides nukes, but he has some that he's building shims into that I'd like to try out, because I may eventually start switching over to migratory covers, because at some point I'd like to move to 2-way pallets if it can make it work out for me. But
Tom, Greg Burns with Nature's Image has some great migratory lids. I started buying those because they were wax dipped. They have a shim. They have the feeder plug in them if you want that.
Okay.
I've been really happy with those. Yeah. Nothing against dancing or your friend, but
Oh yeah.
I really like the ones that Greg has made. And man, he's been great. There have been times where one time he sent or whoever sent it packaged the first time they sent me one too many. So I bought like 5 lids. They sent me 6. So I'm like, hey man, you sent me an extra lid. I'm gonna just go ahead and buy another one on your website. Don't send me out another lid. You know? And I couldn't do it without buying the shipping. So I was like, forget it. It's no problem. It was only a couple bucks. They made sure they refunded that shipping after they saw that I had bought that. So I called them up, had a quick conversation with them, and then they refunded the shipping.
Oh, nice.
Another time I bought, I want to say it was, some 5-frame lids and some 8-frame lids. And they sent me 5-frame lids and 8-frame bottom boards. And I was like, I don't need these bottom boards. I don't want these bottom boards. They were like, keep them. We'll send you your order. So I got those 5 free bottom boards. And it's all great wax dip. No one out here does wax dip. So I was really happy with those lids.
And that was from Nature's Image?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at his double screen boards, Brian, because he has a similar one. It looks like the same one that Bob Benny has, but his are actually cheaper. And I was thinking about ordering some, and then me and JW talked a little bit, and he convinced me just to build my own. So anyway, I've got them. I've got stuff cut. That's all.
Okay.
What you got there, Philip?
I was trying to show Melissa while you were talking.
I was looking for a video.
My little curly Q.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's fancy.
Yeah, and
I like how you do your tags, leaving the wick a little bit longer.
Yeah,
I think I might.
nice
I think
look.
I'm gonna steal that idea.
I just use this little paintbrush and wrap it around the.
Mm-hmm.
That's a waxed hemp.
Yeah.
I like that mold too. Actually, it reminds me of the B Cube, but it's not the same. I like that. It almost looks like the texture of a morel mushroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I have to make candles this week sometime.
Philip, I have a request.
Yes.
Do a shrink wrap video, please.
Oh, okay.
Like talk about the thickness. You were talking about the thickness of the shrink wrap the other day. Put all that in the video. That's good stuff.
Okay.
Like we've got that heat sealer. I know how to do that, but we have like baskets, and the baskets we have for our gift baskets won't fit in the bags we have unless we turn them sideways. So I just want to shrink wrap it so it's all, and you can pack it in and nothing's going to move.
I've had that problem too because I have one of those shrink wrappers, and it was it doesn't work well with large baskets, or it works perfect for soaps, but for anything else it doesn't work that great.
I wonder too if you could do like a whole frame of cone honey.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
I could do that probably. Well, maybe not though, because it's only 16 inches. My impulse sealer is only 16. You'd have to get the 18-inch one to do that. But
so it's basically a bag without a bottom, so it's got a top in it. Is that the way it is?
Let me see if I can. It's right here. I don't know if I can get the camera to point at it though. Let me try. Because the camera is on my laptop. So let's see. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's how mine is. Well, similar.
Has anybody watched that Griff video where he goes and tours that honey house? Has anyone watched that one? It came out like a month ago. Go back and watch it. He's got this heat sealer thing. It's amazing. So they do comb honey, and they had to pull the wires out. So they had to put it through this one machine to make sure there were no wires. And then they had other things that they were putting through, like an automatic shrink wrap machine. It was really cool. There was a really interesting uncapping machine for uncapping your frames on that too. I'm sure it's all European stuff, but that was one of those. I was like, maybe I'll watch it later. And I had some time this morning. It's like an hour video. It's a honey house tour, but
What's
it's
the name
Griff.
of it, Brian?
I don't remember, but it's basically him looking up at the guy bigger than him, going, "I'd love to be there one day." But it's that Welsh. You know who I'm talking about? Who Griff is, right? That Welsh beekeeper, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
is that the guy that Richard Noel does stuff with sometimes?
sometimes, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's got that big yellow truck, and his
Yeah.
wife does an amazing job. If anyone wants to aspire for a market setup, look at how they do their
Yes.
markets. Oh my
Yes.
gosh, those are incredible setups.
Yeah.
How you can cram so much product into a small space.
Yeah,
They
he
do.
goes
I'm sure that's-
vertical on his tables. Pretty interesting.
And I'm sure it's all the wife. You know, he's the beekeeper and she's the product maker behind it. And she goes to a lot of the markets, but they do an amazing job. So if you're looking to dial up your game, how you set up your booth, or just get ideas on packaging, stuff like that, they are definitely exemplars to follow what they do.
Who is it, Brian? What's the channel?
It's like Gwynnon Griffith, you know, that the Welsh
Oh.
beekeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just call him Griff because I don't know exactly what his full name is.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
We're actually always looking to figure out a way to up the game. Presentation, you know, labeling, anything like that. The way you set up your table, and that can be different for every different vendor event, depending on the type of demographic of people, you know, or the space you're allowed. Always looking to figure out a better method that's more efficient, easier to set up, easier to tear down, and something that looks the absolute best.
Well, and we've talked about that before on here. You know, we've gone to markets where there's multiple honey vendors, and even though we are priced maybe a little bit higher than the other vendors, people are coming to us because we've got more variety on our table, and our table just looks more eye appealing, you know, than what they've got. So it definitely makes a difference.
So on that note, Melissa, like, what would be the typical budget, or for anybody, like for setting up a table like that? Like, how much money do you think somebody would throw at that reasonably? Like, is that like,
question?
Do you mean like for
just for your?
What do you mean by budget?
Like,
I guess like for your display, setting up your display. Maybe
so like our tables, we use 5-foot tables. We just bought these actually. They're 5-foot tables. We usually take 2 5-foot tables. They were what, $50 a piece.
Yeah.
And then when I always bring a third table to put stock on behind us. So just say $150 in tables, just to be, you know, a roundabout. Tablecloths, you know, you can get decent tablecloths for $10 a piece or cheaper. And then after that, you know, any display things that you want, it really depends, because display stands, they can range from $10 to $50. You know, it just really depends on what you want. Like that one stand, if you look at our Facebook page and any, if you've seen our display, the one shelf that I keep the candles on, I think I paid like $50 for that at Hobby Lobby or Home Goods or something like that. So it
You
really
pay $100 for a tablecloth with your name
Right.
on it. You could pay $100
Right.
for a banner. You got to
Well,
have weights for your tent. Every market's going to say you got to have weights on your tent so that tent
Right.
doesn't blow away.
But some of those things are,
Yeah, I was just wondering, like getting to like canopies and stuff. Like, you can spend a lot of money on like a printed
You
canopy.
can get a really good canopy for about $200 with the
200,
we've
200,
actually
250.
all
Yeah.
the canopies that we
It'll
have.
come with the weights, not the weights, but the sandbags for the weight. You have
Yeah.
to buy the sand.
So the
And get the
canopies
walls.
the canopies that
Yeah.
we have, this is really important when you're buying a canopy. Make sure it's a one-person setup canopy. Like our canopy, I can set it up myself if I don't want to, but I can if I have to set it up myself. And we got that from Academy Sports for like $100.
That was like 120.
120,
But
yeah.
if you're wanting something that actually has your name and logo on it,
You're gonna
be prepared to pay up a lot of money. So my thought was always this. I wanted a really sturdy canopy, and I was somewhat particular about the color, but the thing that I was more, I had a hard time justifying $800 or $600 for one of those canopies with my logos all over it. So what I did is a compromise, and I got some other things with my logo on it. Like you could do a feather flag or a couple of feather flags or a retractable sign, and you'd only have in all three of those maybe a few $100 or $400. And so it depends on what you were looking to do and budget there, but you can dump a lot of money into a canopy that already has your logo stuff set up on it. We've tried to work the more cost-effective route because, you know, what happens when one of those canopies develops a hole in it, you know, was my thought, or possibly something weird happens where some wind gets a hold of it and twists it a little bit. Now it's junk.
Or for example, we bought that retractable sign from Vistaprint, and those aren't really cheap either. They're like $150, $200, but Vistaprint always has sales. So I waited till there was like a 50% off coupon, and that's when I got that sign. But the second time we used it, as we were setting up, I hadn't tied it off or weighted it down yet, and the wind blew it over, which was fine until the lady next to us was setting up and ran over it. Yeah. Now there's a very faint tire track on the back of it.
On the back side of it.
Thank God it's on the back, because I would have not been having it.
We bought
it was the second time we were using it.
On that, we bought a brand new canopy. We bought a canopy, and Rebecca's daughter. Rebecca's. We're not married. We live together. She her daughter. She does markets and wanted to borrow our canopy. Everything that she buys or everything that she borrows, she always brings it back broken, right? So I was reluctant to let her borrow our canopy.
Yeah.
She borrowed it. Wouldn't you know it? The wind caught it and just brought it back in like two different pieces, like all bent up and mangled.
Oh no.
There's my canopy. I didn't even get to use it except to go to Gettysburg. But no.
Yeah. Some people are not good with borrowing stuff, you know, and
replacing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, word to the wise. It's not for borrowing. It's for your business. And that's that, you know?
So I have a policy too. If it's a business tool, I can't lend it out personally before I was a business because my business relies on my tools. And if I don't have my tools, I can't do my business. So it's not personal. It's just a business policy.
That's right. That's a good one too. Same thing with our equipment. We don't loan our equipment out to buddies or whatever. Go rent it. That's what rental stores are for.
Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to show this banner. Like, I like what Tom had to say. I bought just a standard black canopy. I did get the one with the 4 walls. I use the back wall as a backdrop. It's all black. And I hang this banner in front of it.
Oh yeah.
This was super cheap. It's called 24-hour. What's it called? 24-hour signs or 24-hour banners. Let me see. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 48hourprint.com. And you go on there with your tools and you just, you know, they have graphics you can pick from. You can put your own logo on there. And then the only thing this thing was like $40. And then I added this, see that bee right there? You can stick you know, art that people put on there. And that bee, when it was small, it was like $2. But I got it big enough that it cost me, you know, I splurged and spent $10 from 2 bees, $10 a piece on 2 bees. So anyway, it's hard to see exactly what's going on.
Oh yeah, that looks good. See, I would rather do that, buy a generic canopy and then spend 40 or 50 or $60 on having the
this has grommets and everything. The only regret I have is I wish I'd gotten an 8-foot long one instead of a 6-foot long one.
Yeah. Get it the width of your canopy. If that's 10 or 12, whatever that might be.
My canopy's 10 feet.
Okay. So, yeah, Darren, that's another thing to think about. If you start to do markets, a lot of places, and I can't speak for like every area like Pennsylvania, but in St. Louis, most of those booth spaces are limited to like a 10 by 10. Okay. Now you can get a 12 by 12 canopy, but just know that sometimes certain vendor places won't allow it. So Melissa and I actually keep 2 canopies. They're both 10 by 10s. But just in case we have 2 different markets going on, or if something was to happen to one, I'm not set up in a pinch, you know? So I don't know. It's worked out pretty well, you know, with the advertising stuff that we've done. And it's been a bit of a work in progress for us too, much like what Brian's done. And I'll be honest with you, you know, I love watching all you guys, even Brian and such. We like to steal little ideas and make them our own, you know?
Thanks.
Kind of what it's about, really, you know?
Yeah. You know, everybody wants to know how local your honey is, so you know, provide a little map. Show
Oh,
them.
that's cool. Yeah, I like that. That's a great idea, actually.
Yeah.
They know where Capel is. That's where we are, but they don't necessarily know where Richland is.
And Darren, if markets are something you aspire to, go to markets and go with that lens. Go and look at the tents that they have. Just walk up and down and see what kind of brand tents they have.
Right.
Think about what ones are quality. Like Euromax is a popular one. ABC Canopy. Those are the two big ones that I see.
I got the
Now-
ABC Canopy.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to do events that are 2 days events, you absolutely must have walls, because you're not taking that booth down the first night and setting it up the second night. You're putting up your walls, you're lowering your tent, and they have security that's watching over that area Saturday night while you're going home, and then you come back Sunday.
Yeah, we do that on some events that are 2-day events. We'll just lower the canopy down. Well, we take anything that's super valuable with us.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
But
don't leave the cash box.
Yeah.
um,
I will use one of my walls sometimes when the sun's just beating down on me from the side. I'll put
Yeah.
up the side wall.
so the one event we did, was it in September, the rodeo?
I think so.
So
Early.
the little town that we live near has a rodeo every year, and it's a 2-day event. And the first night, it was just torrential downpours. And so, like, if we wouldn't have had those walls, it would have been horrendous. Like, so much stuff would have been ruined. It would have been awful.
Yeah,
And actually, the booth next to us didn't have walls. And they were so glad when we showed up and started setting up because we had walls.
You were one of their walls.
Yes.
Well, we try to work with the vendor next to us and say, hey, look, let's do this, this, and this. It'll help us both out, you know?
Yep.
So,
I got my canopy from Wayfair. They got good prices on the ABC canopies.
yeah.
And then I also, instead of a table for my product, I bring a wood pallet and put it, keeps everything off the ground.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why we bring 3 tables. So we have 2 product tables, for customers. And then Tom's always like, what do you need this 3rd table for? And I'm like, I want a 3rd table. Just bring me a 3rd table. Because, your honey jars are in what? Cardboard boxes usually. You set your cardboard boxes down on the ground, they get wet, they get moist, and then they start falling apart and deteriorating. Especially if you have like an early morning market where there's still dew on the ground, or a late evening when the humidity starts kicking in again. So that's why we always bring 3 tables. One to set all the product on behind us also.
I use one of those stretchy table covers, that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we use those too.
Wrap this up so we can go to bed, okay? All right.
She's talking to us.
I'm not going to bed. You're not going to make me either.
So the other thing I want to,
pretty shortly. How about you, Joy?
Darren, I want to add a couple other things too. Don't be discouraged by all the things we're adding on this list. You can get started with a tent, weights, a table, and a tablecloth.
Yeah.
And you can build from there.
Definitely.
Right? You don't have to have all of this stuff. It all helps, but you can build up to that. I also recommend looking at other people's booths and critiquing their signage, their placement of their signage, how professionally their signage is done, and as well as how they use elevation. How well do they maximize their space? How are they setting up their tables in their booth? How important is that they're set up to the sun? I was explaining to Tom and Melissa that so much of our setup is based on the fact that at our farmers market, we are east facing, and the sun comes up and comes right into our booth until like 10:30, 11 o'clock. So we've got to position things that could melt in the sun so they're not getting pounded by the sun for 3 hours. So that creamed honey can't sit in the sun. My candles, however, go right out front. They're very striking. They're on what I call a bleacher thing. So there's different levels, so you can see many candles all at once, and that pulls people in.
Oh yeah.
So and play with things. You might like the way it works one time and not another. Like I like our setup, but the drawback is it's kind of like a U. We have 3 tables with 2 big ones on the side and a small one in the front. So it pushes us back a little bit. So we're not right up in front offering samples to our customers that are walking by. That's the one drawback of it. So we've had to work really hard to think about ways we can pull people into our booth. And one way we do that is the observation hive. That slows people down amazingly. So there's different tricks you can do. But again, I don't want to discourage anyone, whether it be Darren who asked the question or anyone at home listening. You don't need all the bells and whistles to get started. The bells and whistles help.
I think I probably spent maybe $400 on, because I had one table, this sign which cost me about $70, and the tent, and the table cover and a cash box. It cost me like $30, and that was it. So,
and I'm on my 4th tent. We still have 3
way
of them.
more than that first market. So
yeah.
Well, and then booth fees. Our booth fees are usually between $25 and $45. So our most expensive one has been $75, but that was for the 2-day thing. So
and you can spend a lot more than that, can't you, Brian?
Yes, sir.
But if you're making $5 or $6 grand in a market, it would be worth paying $300 or $400 to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, we have them around here that go for like $225, $250, but that would be for like a 3-day market.
Yeah.
If there's enough people, and that here's the thing, there was a couple people that were asking us to do a market out at a certain area, and it's kind of a nicer area where it's kind of wine country, and their vendor fee was for like how many hours was it? 4 hours.
It was only for 3 hours.
3 or 4 hours, and they wanted $75. And I finally had to tell Melissa, I'm like, yeah, this was their first year doing it, and I'm like, they don't have a proven set amount of traffic. And I'm like, no way. And I'm like, and I said, maybe you can politely tell her, say, hey, look, we would be interested, but we feel like that it's a little bit too much money for a first year and not knowing what kind of advertising you're doing for it. And the lady actually came back to us and said, hey, I'll cut it down in half if you guys come up and show up.
Because we were going to be the only honey vendors there.
Yeah. And then that's another thing too. I asked her, I said, what kind of marketing you doing? What's your expected traffic that you're going to see there? And then also how much advertising are you doing and what areas are you advertising in? Because that makes all the difference in the world. If you have somebody that has a great piece of property and a great market, but they don't advertise it, in my opinion, it's not worth anything, So, I think that makes a huge difference. Is sometimes it's trial and error. You might try a market and it's like, yep, not doing that again,
Yeah. The reason I brought it up was because today, like I'd mentioned, Rebecca's daughter, she does markets, but she does laser engraving, and she does pretty decent at a lot of her shows. But she went to one today, and it was in a facility that used to be an old church. So these people purchased this church. They're going to use it to do events. So they had like their first event. We went down there to see her just to kind of give her, some encouragement and whatnot. There was maybe about 20 vendors there, and there was like 2 shoppers, and she spent, it wasn't a lot. I mean, it was like, I think it was under $50 that she paid for that spot, but you didn't even know that the church had an event going on. We drove past the church and we wasn't sure it was the church or not because there was no lights on in the church, no signs. There was no vehicles there. Well, here we found out like the parking was actually in back of the church, but you couldn't tell that anything was going on at that event. And we walked in there, there's like nobody there. Like all these like vendors are sitting there just like kind of like twiddling their thumbs. I felt so bad for everybody,
Okay. I usually come on this channel for support and be made to feel good, but you guys are not making me feel good because on Wednesday, we're doing a market, and I'm not doing it. I'm working. My son's doing it. His first one to do by himself. It's the Women's Club of Capel. They have an annual luncheon, and then they bring in vendors, and they do a lot of their Christmas shopping. Okay. It's costing me $75, which buys his lunch, but it's only 4 hours long, and so but we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you guys know how that
So
goes.
here's my question for both Tom and Melissa and Philip.
Great.
What would you guys have to come home from those $75 fee events with to feel like that $75 was worth it? That's what you really have to. You can't say $75 is too much.
Yeah,
you have to say, what does that $75 get me?
I'm not saying that, but
and my point is, everyone's got a different number.
Oh yeah,
you know, it might be 500, it might be 750, it might be 1,000, but everyone's got to set their own number, and that's based on their market, themselves, their business model, and you can't make it all the same.
Here's
well, that's kind of what Tom was saying though about like I don't mind spending the $75 if you know you're going to get the traffic for it.
Yep.
Like I don't want to spend $75 on an unproven market.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like if it's a market that I know is going to get the traffic, 75 fine, that's not an issue. The Saturday market that we do, I think I spend $25 on, and we do, depending on the traffic, we do between $500 and $700 on that market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the reason I wanted to do this market. First of all, the lady was nice and she asked us to do it. She came to us at the farmer's market, sent me an email, all that. But there's going to be about 50, probably very wealthy in there from my community, and I have a couple of customers already that spend $500 or $600 a year with me on honey, and I've got this lady that's a realtor. They buy at least $300 worth of these little gift packs that I do.
Oh, that's nice.
If I can pick up one more customer or two more customers out of those ladies like that, that's going to be continue to buy from me this year, next year, and the year after, then that's going to be worth it by itself. So I'm looking at it for, different reasons, just more than that one day.
Yeah, that's a really good point too, Philip, because sometimes you're like, I just want to get in with this event organizer because they run really good events, and or there are other relationship reasons or other reasons where you might do an event besides the return on that investment, that monetary return on investment.
Philip, I could see your son quite well representing RTX with a ladies group, a younger gentlemen. I think they're going to probably eat it up. That could be in your favor for sure.
Yeah, I'm down to 1%. I got to get out of here.
All right, Mark.
All right, Mark.
It's been good.
Take it
easy, buddy.
See you later, Mark.
Bye, y'all.
But the one thing I did do, I broke down and got the credit card reader. So
there you go.
One down that road.
So as you continue on, let us know if that's paying off for you. Like if you feel like it's made a difference with that investment. I know how I feel about my credit card system, but that's definitely.
Well, I knew we weren't going to be able to do this without it, because those ladies are going to be pulling out credit cards for sure.
But you've got that cool token system at your market where they can still buy tokens with a credit card and then bring it to the vendors. That's a cool setup.
Yeah, that's cool.
See, we do PayPal, Venmo, and cash, and I can probably count on one hand how many people have walked away because they didn't have either of those to pay. They wanted to use credit card.
Yeah. And that's been so different for us.
I've probably had 3 in 2 years walk away. Now, I can just point at the token tent. Now, I've actually had one that went over there to buy tokens and said, oh, they're going to charge me a fee because they use their credit card.
Mm-hmm.
So the market charges them like a 3% fee or something to buy the tokens. But very few have even complained about it.
I would say newsflash though, almost not a vast majority of companies you're going to deal with now will charge you a credit card fee.
Right.
The ones that didn't do it pre-COVID, they're doing it now. Very seldom do you find that they don't charge a credit card fee.
Right.
Around here anyway, there is.
Oh yeah.
And actually, if you go onto the EMBA thing to buy your tickets, there is one of the options is to donate like $3 towards your credit card fees. it's not required, but there's that option there to help offset the cost that the EMBA loses for processing the credit cards.
Yeah, we actually talked about that before because we sell queens. So we might make $8 on a queen or something really small, right? If you pay $3 of that back in a credit card fee per transaction, you're even less, you know? So we had to change a few things about so we didn't get eaten up with 3% fees.
Night, Kimberly.
Yeah, have a great market.
Good
I hope we're
luck.
psyching you up for it.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Post pictures.
So yeah.
That's your Rugrats, Melissa.
No, it's my nephew is spending the night with my parents.
I'm hearing.
My he's 3. Yeah, the 3-year-old spending the night with my parents, and he's putting
I
on.
thought you'd been holding out on me. You'd had some.
No, we're done.
We are done. It's only nieces, nephews, and grandkids from here on us.
Hey,
They have
you guys-
it sounded like they had cotton candy for dinner.
They did. They're at grandma's house. They eat all kinds of junk over here.
Always have, always will.
She sugars them up. And goes, why are they still wound up? I'm like, come on, Grandma. She sugars me up too, though. In all fairness.
You always get your cookies.
See, the other thing I want to add too is if you're really going to dive into the bee business thing, it really helps to just dive into the deep end instead of sticking your toe in and doing it half-ass or going maybe I'll do it. It really helps just to just take the leap. Like our whole credit card system was a huge expense, and we pay that annually. But I'll tell you exactly how much I did today without going to a market with stuff that was purchased on our website through that. I did $663.94 today, $664. All I've had to do is put those together, and sometimes I'm bringing them to local people. I delivered 2 today. I've got bags out on my front porch for people doing local pickups from those repeated customers. And I've got like 7 orders to package together and ship out. So that'll go down probably like $6 per those, probably like $42, $50 based on the shipping cost I have to incur in that.
Mhm.
But that's all stuff from because we set up that website. We have a Shopify site. Our whole credit card system is set up through that. If we were to if we were to do what Charlie was doing, which works for Charlie, that wouldn't work for us. We wouldn't do $600 today, right? We have to have a different business model. So if you're going to have like a sideline thing like Charlie does, what he does is perfect. It's Alf. But if you really want to make a go at it, you can't just dip your toe into the pool. You've really got to jump in the deep end.
How do you? Go ahead, Charlie.
I say for me, I mean, we have credit cards for our business for the mill, and there's this week I think there was 2 different charges for honey. I had to add on to their bill because they want to put it on their lumber bill and all that. But I mean, today, people say the way they asked me, "Do you take credit cards?" I said, "People don't have no money," and it's a joke thing. They get it. I said, "Well, people don't have money anymore," and I said, "Of course, we'd be out of business if we didn't have credit cards."
Yeah. So
and we take them all and all that. But now you say you're getting what do you have, a handheld credit card machine? So like a square machine.
I'm getting the little one that you swipe that you plug into your phone, and I'm also getting. They've got a new little tiny thing that you insert the card. It'll read the little chip on the card. So I'm getting those 2. That's all I'm doing. I'm not printing receipts or anything. They'll have to get their receipts emailed.
Our B Club does Square.
Yeah,
that's what I have.
And what is it? We have it where you can tap it. You got the Square doohickey and you tap it. And
that little square thing you can tap or insert. Yeah. You can also, with the newer phones, my son showed you can actually do that on the phone itself.
On your phone, yeah.
I felt like a lot of these ladies are going to be a little bit elderly. I don't think they even want to know that somebody can take their credit card by touching it to a phone. That just seemed a little bit, even for me, it was like, whoa, that's what they talk about. And we need to protect your credit cards when you're in a crowd. You know, people could walk behind you with one of those readers and just.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, my brother inadvertently, the
He's
guy
got
gave
nuts
him a
on.
credit card, and it was
He's
a,
got nuts on.
you know, we had to figure out that there had them little lines on there for it'll where you can tap to read it. And our credit card machine, you can tap it. I've never done it. And he inadvertently did that. And he says, I said, why is it spitting out, you know, the thing? And I finally figured it out. I had to call the credit card company. I said, oh, I know what happened now. Because he didn't know he could tap it.
So Brian, how do you handle shipping?
Poorly.
As far as the charge.
Oh,
What charge?
again, poorly. So once again, we ship. We put all of our honey in glass. So I hate shipping glass because it's so heavy. We charge a $10 flat fee for shipping instead of weighing everything and figuring out a weight and doing it that way. And I'll tell you, Philip, sometimes we make a couple dollars on our shipping. Sometimes we lose a couple dollars on our shipping, but it all kind of evens out. We also do free shipping on any orders over 75. Hey,
Here, say hi.
Hi.
Man,
how's it going?
Tell me your name.
My name is Carson.
All right.
Austin?
Say see you later.
See you later.
Bye. Bye,
night.
Austin.
You, bud.
Keep Austin weird.
I should have showed him out.
What was I saying, Philip? I forgot where I was at.
We were talking about shipping and how you handle it. And how
Oh,
you price it
yeah.
and all that stuff.
So that's my pricing. So 70 anything over $75, we offer free shipping. And again, sometimes we make a couple dollars on that. Sometimes we lose a couple dollars. I'll tell you when we lose money is when we're shipping out honey, because we ship it in glass and it's really heavy. And we've learned how to package it so it doesn't break, but we don't have a very good dialed in system. So we're saving our boxes from Amazon, and we've got boxes full of shipping material that we're reusing. So it saves us money, but we just have piles of crap in parts of our house that we're stockpiling. So part of me just wants a clean system where I have like 3 different size boxes that I buy, which I've started kind of testing out different sizes based on orders we get. Because it just takes me 40 minutes to put an order together in the morning. And nice, JW.
I was
And
going to
I'd
ask
rather-
you how they get through the snow to get to your stand, JW. Thought you were snowed in.
No,
There was some bad snow in Pennsylvania too. Holy cow.
I didn't get. Oh, there's not even an inch on the ground here, and there's none on the pavements.
We probably got 2 or 3 inches today.
No, we didn't get near that.
But when you look at, sorry, JW, go ahead.
That's all I had to say.
I was just going to add that, like, you look at Charlie's business model, like, he doesn't have to do a lot of this stuff. Like, he doesn't need an Instagram page to advertise himself. He doesn't need his own label with a logo. I think it'd be cool if he had one, but he doesn't need that to help push out his name brand, to help get that brand recognition. He's built all of the business he needs right there through his business. So all the things that
label's not going to help sell it.
Right, but for me it does.
Yeah, I believe that.
Right,
I believe
right.
Brian.
People look at brand recognition in the market scene, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, we saw you last year. I remember that." But for Charlie, he doesn't need that because that's not his business model. He's got that built-in customer base because of he's got other customers coming in.
That it's not the lumber customers. There's a few that, you know, they'll buy, but then I have guys. I'm sitting there this week and I'm working on my mantle and I turn around and I recognize the guy. I said, well, what do we need today? And he said, I need a 3-pounder. I said, okay, come on in the office. You know.
So these are just Facebook customers that you've built up over
they're
time?
just they see the sign. It's repetitive customers. They're coming back. I got one lady. She texts me. She's Susie the Mermaid is all I can tell you. And she
the mermaid.
She comes
yeah,
out the
that's
ocean.
I don't even want to ask about that.
No comment.
all I can say is she comes in every 3 months and gets 12 pounds of honey. You know, 4 3-pounders. She'll text me, I need 4 3-pounders. Let me know when I can stop and pick them up. And then I got another woman, Mrs. Smith. She brings these half-gallon mason jars. I got 2 masons and a quart sitting there right now. Probably $150 some worth of honey sitting there waiting for her to pick it up. And she'll buy, from what I can calculate, I can go back to my records. She's probably buying 60 pounds of honey a year.
Wow.
You know, at least $600 or more.
Those are the customers you want, you know.
Yeah, I mean, she's, you know, she'll come and pick that up, and guess what? She'll drop 2 more off. You know, and text me when you get them loaded up.
That's awesome.
You know, that's just the way she does that all the time. And then I got, you know, I'll average, I don't know, here lately it seemed like 20 some pounds a week. I mean, what Brian does, that's like dropping a bucket, and Melissa and all them. But for me, I don't go nowhere. They come to me. It's 200, you know, it's 20 pounds out the door every week, or 15
You're not loading your car up and
I ain't doing any of that.
storing stuff all over the place. Yeah.
I don't do nothing. The only thing I got to do is maybe in the evening, if I'm down on 3-pounders and 2-pounders, I'll sit out there for 5 or 8 minutes and I'll bottle 20 some pounds of honey up, maybe 30 pounds of honey up, and then sit here at the table and label them up and restock my stock room.
Yeah. I will tell you what I'm sorry. I was going to tell you what I just did. And it was, I knew I needed some more wax because I'm running out for these candles. But I happened to watch Mike Berry's video, and he was promoting that company that, you know, their price is pretty decent, but
was it Be-Light?
Yeah. So I ordered honey from them. I'm getting 25 pounds from them. So I went ahead and ordered some more molds, and I'm going to resell just regular honey because people will buy it. So to be able to pay for that, I mean, it's $200 and something, but you know, that not having much honey, what that'll do is that'll make you up your game on your other stuff. And I'm learning that I'm going to end up making as much this year as I did last year with less honey, just because.
Well, what you do, you find out you find yourself a friendly beekeeper that you know you like their honey, and you try to buy it wholesale.
It's tough for me though, because my big pitch is you're buying my honey and you're buying it specific from this yard at this time of year, and this is what it tastes like. So it's, if I did that, I would say that they'd probably have to say, well, this is this other guy's honey, but that I could do that too. I wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah, you could do that, Philip. I mean, you could have your local honey, then have this other guy's honey, but also use that other honey.
What I need to do is get you guys all to send me a case, and I'll have a featured honey from around the country.
I thought about doing that.
Every market. That would be fun to do. Although that's violating the law in Texas, I'm not supposed to do that unless I mix it with my honey. So I'll just put 1 drop of my honey in there.
There you go. So Philip, what you're working on solely is maximizing that dollar bill and retailing the heck out of every product you have. So you're adding value-added items to increase your bottom line on everything. And that's kind of what Melissa's really done with ours too. Absolutely. Is added so many value-added items in there, and it makes a huge difference. It really does.
But it is also cheaper and more profitable to sell other people's honey. You got to admit that.
Oh, yeah.
Take away those hives. Take away all those hives and all that overhead.
Absolutely.
You're gonna
But
make more
Darren,
money.
it's not as fun selling other people's
I know.
honey.
I know it isn't.
To be able to say this is my honey and
know.
it came from my hives. It's
The
there's that
gratification
pride.
isn't there selling honey
That's right.
from a broker.
Well, I'll say occasionally I have to buy some honey so I don't run out, but I only have a couple people in my county and I know what they're bought. They're the same honey that I bought.
Yeah.
On.
If
it's
I could
lo-
do that, I'd be all right.
Yeah, I mean, I said, you got any good, I got locust honey. Yeah, I got locust honey. Or like this year, everybody has darker honey because of the weather. So, that kind of thing. But this year I got, I made a good amount of honey and all that. And then next year, I up my game on the amount of honey production highs so I can keep up with demand.
Which I don't
Well,
want
yeah.
to. Go ahead.
I'm going to bounce out of here, guys.
Okay, Todd.
Continue, Todd.
Go ahead, have a good night.
Hey, Ted.
Hey,
Joey, I was going to ask you, are we going for a record tonight, or what's going with that?
Well, I was waiting for a break. I was to say I was going to go ahead and end the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead
I would
and
do that.
I guess this is it. So
I've been on 4 hours.
Yeah, our
for
battery's
almost
about ready to
4
go
hours.
dead on my iPad here.
so I'm going to say good night to everybody over in the chat. Appreciate y'all
Good night,
hanging in
everybody.
there.
Yeah,
Night,
good seeing
everybody.
y'all.
And let's see. Just be coy. I appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. And y'all hang in there, and we'll see everybody in the chat next week.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Tomorrow at Gunline.
Oh, yep.
Yep, tomorrow's gun line.
All right.